Run when the rhythm's right. Go into the night. Throw until you're out of sight and you're out of my mind. Run when the rhythm's right. Go into the night. Floating as the river flows, easy as it goes to the ocean. So walk on by, I've got no reason to love you, but I do, I do, I do. So walk on by, I've got no reason to love you, but I do, I do, I do. Show me colors of the sky, but all I see is gray. You lost me when you lied. Promise me, but you never tried. Secrets in your eye, you go and run, I'll hide. Show me colors of the sky, but all I see is gray. You lost me when you lied. I don't ever wanna be crowned, just another prize. It breaks my heart, heart, breaks my heart, 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 breaks my heart, 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 breaks my heart, 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 breaks my heart. Lost in the midnight blue shadows of the moon. Here with open arms for you, feeling something so new. Said with me you'd reach the sun. Oh, but we were so young. Till the summer's done, but keep me in your heart, so I hold on. So walk on by, I've got no reason to love you, but I do, I do, I do. So walk on by, I've got no reason to love you, but I do, I do, I do. Show me colors of the sky, but all I see is gray. You lost me when you lied. Promise me, but you never tried. Secrets in your eye, you go and run, I'll hide. Show me colors of the sky, but all I see is gray. You lost me when you lied. I don't ever wanna be crowned, just another prize. It breaks my heart. Colors of the sky, breaks my heart. All I see is colors of the sky, but all I see is colors of the sky, but colors of the sky, but all I see is colors of the sky, but all I see is colors of the sky, but colors of the sky, but all I see is colors of the sky, but all I see is colors of the sky, but all I see is colors of the sky. to the ground now, and somehow I feel like you don't know me. Shook me to the ground now, I don't even know how. Brought me to a life that you never showed me. Coming from a locked up ghost, I'll be your sound, but you're coming from the light. There's more to you than you ever thought there was. Yeah, you're coming from the light.
All right. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome. My name is Resorty, and to you, one and all, I say, hello, friends. How's it going? Welcome in. I see we had a raid during the intro. I'm sorry I was not here to greet you at the time, but welcome in, raiders. Hope you're having a good day. Welcome to the channel. I'm Resorty, etc. Good to see everyone here today already. Thank you for showing up straight away for an exciting day of playing some CK3. Exciting day, right away, CK. Sure, that kind of work, I suppose. Cyber Oracle, hello, thanks for your message earlier. I look forward to seeing what you sent me. Hello, Sakatera, Marks, welcome in. Mr./King Kaji, is it Kaji? Whichever way, welcome to channel. I see we're playing a little game called King of the Castle. If you've not seen that one, folks, it is such a good time. It's one of these games that is made for either parties or for Twitch streaming, in which all of the different people who are playing can take a role in it. And so you can have up to hundreds of people playing this one game at once, some of whom get to make important decisions about how to run a fictional kingdom. One person, the king of the castle, makes hard decisions that try to keep the various factions under control. We played this game 2 or 3 times back in the day. I really enjoyed it. Might be one to play again in the future, but we'll see. It's a really fun one though either way. CS Prof, welcome my friend. Good to see you today. Hello indeed, Marks. Hello, George Plays Twitch. Welcome back. Mentioning Teeny Tom. Yeah, yesterday we finished up a playthrough of a little game called Lil Guardsman, a Papers, Please plus Monkey Island silly game through and through, in which there were a number of hilarious reveals towards the end of the playthrough, and I found it absolutely delightful through and through. And so if you've not seen Little Guardsman yourself yet, I'd encourage you checking it out, maybe on your own time so you don't spoil the story too much. But there were many very funny moments. I laughed more while playing that game than I have laughed playing any game recently or having conversation or anything. It's absolutely hilarious through and through. That which lurks, welcome on in. Hello to you, Thrifty Tokens. Good to see you today, Pepper. Welcome in, Fernanthus. Hello to you, Leketlin Hunts. Hence, sorry I don't speak your language at all. Battle of Kana, welcome in. Wanderboy, hello friend. Young Jerry Foder, welcome back. Hope your end of the term is going pretty darn well. Welcome Kato, welcome everybody. And Mr. Kaji, thank you for the generous follow. I appreciate that very much. CS Prop, you're currently grading final exams in Python. Does that mean that you have a Python program to do the grading for you? If so, I'm a bit envious. How does one grade programs though as final assignments? Do you first make sure the thing runs and then go underneath the hood and see how efficiently it works? Do you start under the hood and then look to how it compiles, or how does this work? I know very little about your field. I'm curious though, what are the students being graded on? If you feel like talking about assessment, my favorite topic ever. Hello Eka, do I think Nom's my wife would like Lil Guardsman? I think she would enjoy the humor, but I think she would get bored with the dialogue. There's some parts of the game that are intentionally, for humor's sake, dragged out. And in some places, there's exposition that's given just through straight conversational dump. My sense is that my wife is into funnies, but not so into waiting for things to happen. So, if any way to get a Little Guardsman light, half the conversation, double the fun, I think she'd really be into it. But yeah, Nam is someone who prefers her game time to be her actively getting involved with the game as opposed to just waiting for things to happen generally. Triskel, how's it going? Young Jerry Foder, your grades are all in. Congratulations. When you put that final grade in and push the submit key, there's no better feeling in the world. You got some freedom for a little bit. I'm sure at some point soon you will pivot on over to thinking about next term, but I hope you enjoy a little break first and get some work done on your own research, I'm sure, and I'm glad you can hang out with us all the way. CS Prof, your assessment is short answer problems with Python segments that solve the question. Interesting. So you say, here is something you need to have the program do, and then make the program do that. That's really cool. As opposed to just an abstract, do this thing because I tell you to do so, you instead have a have the program respond to a situation or a problem. That's a cool way of approaching it. I like that very, very much. Jerry Photo, you're on sabbatical in the fall? Oh, until the fall. Through the fall. No teaching until January. Wow. Congratulations on that sabbatical. Not to put you on the spot, this is a pre-tenure sabbatical, right? So this is the one where you have to push as hard as you can to get as much work done as possible because they're evaluating you real soon. I think that's what you may have said. My poor wife has never had a sabbatical. The problem is she keeps getting promoted from position to position. And every time she moves to a new university, the sabbatical clock is reset. Sabbatical, if you don't know it, is a time when a professor is given time away from teaching to work on research exclusively. And now that she's in administration, there aren't sabbatical periods for administrators, so she'll probably never have had a sabbatical, though she wants to get back into writing. Now that her current position's pretty well understood, now that she understands what she's doing and things are in good positions, she wants to return to her writing. She has some ideas on Stoicism and the meretrices, namely the prostitutes of Rome, so should be a fantastic topic, and we'll see how that goes. Hello, Blue Moon Empress! We're staring at maps with friends today. It's true! There was a great desire, a great hope that we could play some Paradox games soon, and today we are playing those Paradox games, and I'm pretty excited. As I mentioned, there's a free weekend of CK3 this weekend. If you're someone who's never played the game, this would be a chance to do so with no money spent at all. I'll be starting tomorrow or day after. It's definitely a way of trying to encourage new players to give the game a shot, and yeah, I think it might be one worth trying. If you've seen me enjoy it, maybe you'd enjoy it too. But it's kind of complex in some places, so we'll see. Eka asked, did I reboot my computer yesterday? No. This morning, just after pushing the start streaming button, I said to myself, oh no, I didn't restart the computer. So once again today, the computer will pop up with a, you really should reboot, do you want to? And I'll say, remind me tomorrow. And then hopefully I'll recall to do it after stream today. But yeah, we just forget these things. It's easily forgotten every single time. That's how it goes. Snoot, it's good seeing you. How you doing? Maps with friends indeed. Yeah, we tried running an ad on Reddit a couple years back, maybe a year ago now, with the fun little title of Stare at Maps with Friends. And we spent way too much money on it and got almost no clicks. Reddit ads are an absolute scam. So they must work for some people, or else they wouldn't keep on putting them out there. But I thought that slogan itself, the slogan, stare at maps with friends, be all anyone would ever want. But how it goes. Anyway, what's going on for you all? What's been happening since last we were together? I hope it's the case you've been having a good time. I see Sakotero's playing some Foundry still, enjoying that game there. It's a good one. Good factory builder for sure. I hope y'all are doing pretty well though. For me, it's been primarily a day of reading, getting ready for next semester as always. I saw a question ago about will I be having a sabbatical anytime soon? No, it's only for full-timers. I've been offered the full-time track if I want it, but I refuse that, so never, ever, ever sabbatical for all resorty. Maybe I'll take a stream sabbatical some year, though. I'll put in a research project and talk about how I'm going to use a Twitch.tv stream to do research into the nature of being itself. We are together, and yet physically we're apart. What is it to be together while apart? This seems like a conundrum. We must look into the grounds of rational thought to resolve it. Give me my money. Give me my money. Blue Moon, you're currently playing Stellaris with a new DLC. I know you don't want to play too much Stellaris, but yeah, I think new DLC time is definitely a good time to play it. I said yesterday I was thinking about playing Stellaris today, but As usual, I looked through the CK3 achievements list and came up with a few we've not finished yet, so hoping to finish a few more of those. There's still quite a few achievements we've not finished, including all of the major achievements from the Iranian conflict DLC, and the majority of those from Iberian Conquest DLC, and we're doing neither of those. We're doing a Europe one as usual, of course. of course. Snoot, you put a recommendation for a game in the Discord channel. Awesome. I'll definitely check that out. I appreciate game suggestions over on the Discord channel. I don't end up playing all of them, of course, because there's just too many games, but I'll definitely check out what you put there, and I try very hard to keep up with everything on the Discord, but you all have such nice messages at times, so thanks for being part of that community over there too. Should be good. You're telling your colleagues you're doing research on rational thought by watching Twitch. Exactly, rational thought's happening here. Maybe the possibilities of digital pedagogy using non-standard platforms. So why would you use Canvas or some other education-only web platform when you can instead embed public philosophy pedagogy in the place where the people already are? As with the ancient Greeks, wandering the agora, ensuring that people of all kinds, the craftsman, the politician, the poet, are engaged with personally. Here on twitch.tv, we meet with all of the different people where they are. Boom, research project. I'm writing to the National Institute for Humanities immediately. We're gonna be rich. So I said a dirty word, Canvas. Yeah, Canvas is the most commonly used program for online content delivery in higher ed these days. So it's a little annoying, but most of us are used to it these days. It is nice for being able to fairly easily plug and play, put together an online course, as opposed to having to know how to code or whatever. So it's okay. What's up, HPG? It's good seeing you. Hello. Water boy, you're an electrician? Really? I didn't know that. My father was an electrician for a very long time. He is now retired, but of the many trades, that's probably the one I understand best. Though I've never gone too deep into the other kinds of trades. I wanted to be a carpenter at one point. What people can do with wood is amazing, but less so. Mr. Kaji, we'll see you again soon. Thanks again for your early raid. I appreciate it a whole bunch. Glad you hung out with us for a while today. Grobzilla, good to see you today. Welcome. Is Canvas like Moodle? Exactly right. Yep, Canvas is similar to the Moodle platform. There are some other ones that are in competition, but I believe Canvas has largely won for the time being. With that said, I've worked at a few universities that are, what's the word, cheap, and have decided to go with internally produced proprietary web delivery platforms. And they are they're idiosyncratic, to put it mildly. They just do not work effectively, but they saved big money in making them. But I'm glad now that I'm at a university that uses a standard one that I can look up various features online. There's so many Google searches that'll get you to, here's how to use the program you should know how to use. Wait, why are we talking about this? Why on earth are we talking about different kinds of content delivery platforms at universities? That's weird. Oh, high schools also. This is usually a Saturday morning conversation when my wife comes by and we talk about higher education funding formulas. Usually we don't get stuck in the academic weeds when I'm by myself, but that's how it goes. I use a program called Brightspace, which is a Canvas knockoff. I think so. That said, I don't know which one came first. There must have been some first program that tried to do this work of having professors easily make online classes or elements of classes online, and then deliver them to students without too much fuss on the professor's side. Someone must come up with that first, but I don't know exactly how the programs built on each other. Nor do I really care that much. Now that I begin saying, I could go Google that. We can look up and see which came. Enough of this topic for sure. Is one still an electrician after retirement? My father still has the skills of being an electrician for sure, but I don't know. Are you still a florist on the day you sell your flower shop? I think we're running together two senses of the word, right? One is to have the skills, the other is to be in employ of the same. So sure, one maintains skills, but one does not maintain pay element of the term. Allow me to distinguish further. God, I think that's how I talk about it, though. I think if I asked my dad, are you an electrician, he would say no, probably. Though he would admit to having those skills, or have been one at some point. In the same way, when I was not working as a professor, I wouldn't say I'm a professor, though I do know how to profess. Also, when I stopped streaming for a while back, I would not say, gosh, I'm still a streamer, though I'd been one at one point. So, I don't know. Words are fun. Words are fun. Words are fun. Anyway, I had one more thing to share with you all. Right, Noms and I have begun watching a new television show. Yesterday or day before, many of you recommended many different shows that we could watch now that we're done with the Fallout show. And we looked at a few of them. Many of you said, how about The Boys? Many of you said, how about that World War II bombing show? I can't remember exactly what it's called. But one won out somewhat unexpectedly. And what that is Noms is going to India next year, and so she wants to know more about India. So we ended up beginning to watch James May, Our Man in India. This is the third season of a travel show put out in the UK with James May, one of the presenters from the Top Gear television show with Richard Hammond and Jeremy Clarkson, which is all about, fancy race cars and very guy humor about automobiles. When he's done with that show, he now does travel documentaries to various places around the world. And he's done 3 so far. One was to Japan, one was to Italy, and this third one now is to India. And we watched the first episode yesterday evening, and it is a delight. But I think while watching it, it has made Noms even more terrified of going to India because they started. The first episode is in Mumbai, which is not where Noms is going. She's going to Delhi, but the two cities are similar, and it is an absolute madhouse. Every camera picture of the city is full of just noisiness and color and people driving every way and people crossing the street at crosswalks being honked out anyway and just pure chaos. So I think that as Noms sees more and more of the places she's going to visit, she's coming to recognize just how challenging it's going to be, how different it's going to be than what she's used to. Because, at some level we can say easily, India and Japan are both Asia, so must they have some commonality? But how well ordered and quiet things are here versus how seemingly chaotic and loud they are there is going to be a bit of a culture shock, I suspect, for Noms. That said, she's only there for a week or so, and it'll be very curated. She'll have a chauffeur driving her around and so on, which is absurd, and we feel uncomfortable about that, I believe. But it should be a good experience for her anyway, over about a week or so, I think. So I'll be living that bachelor life for a week, eating pizza every night, and I don't know, staying up late playing video games. Honestly, while she's gone, I will go to bed earlier than usual. I am the absolute worst at using my freedom to get into trouble. I like going to bed at 10 o'clock and waking up at 6 o'clock. She hates that, so it'll be a nice little period of living the way I want to live, I suppose. I suppose. Anyway, so many of you have stopped in and said hello. Many of you have said it'll be a good time to see me playing some CK3. I absolutely agree. It's a game I'm always very happy to come back to, so we'll be doing some of that. Something else about games. Oh, right. Today, I received a message yesterday from DHL, which is one of these international package companies. I received an email from them last night saying that today I would be receiving a package from Europe. This is the Warhammer Influencer Box. It's actually coming. I wasn't sure. I live so far away from Europe that I thought they would not actually send me this collection of Warhammer swag and other influencer material, but today it will arrive. This morning I received another email from the devs that said, here are the terms of the embargo, : you may not tell your stream anything about it. So initially the email, the first email I got about it said there are some things in the box you may not reveal. So looking forward to showing you some things, then more later. But for right now, I can't tell you anything about it. Perhaps having mentioned that it's already going to be here is already a problem. I don't know. But I believe, let me check the email real quick. They said when the embargo is over. Nothing before May 14th, 5 p.m. British Standard Time. So it looks like, yeah, 5 or 6 days still between now and then. So my apologies for getting your hopes up. Very, very sorry if you were someone who was ready to see the Warhammer items right away. It'll come soon enough, and I promise not to open the box too much. I will open the outer box just to make sure that my address is not visible, or maybe I'll cut it off with scissors, we'll see. But we should be able to get it visible to you all before too long. Is the box arriving today or shipping today? It should be arriving today by 7 p.m. The email I got yesterday was from DHL saying, what time do you want to arrive and will you be there? And so I said 7 p.m. is good, and I'll be here all day. So yeah, today I'll be here. Maybe I'll show you just the corner of the box. Is that a violation of the embargo? I'm not sure if the embargo rules say I can't show you the box or can't show what's in the box or what exactly. Is it 40k or fantasy? Sounds like you're asking me questions about things I may not discuss. Look at that. For once, I'm the person with secret knowledge. Whichever way, we will be playing some Total War at some point fairly soon, some more Warhammer, probably in a couple weeks, but I'm hoping we can do some of that before the summer semester gets up and going. We'll see, we'll see, we'll see. All right, last thing I just recalled, we do have a new photo for you all. So I've got a Fritz photo to share with you to replace the current Fritz photo. Oh God, that's me. 1 second. Okay, where's Fritz? My ability to use my own computer, a slight issue. Hey, there he is. Hello, big boy. This Fritz photo is a very nice one. It's been there for about 2 weeks though. I think he's absolutely adorable in that photo. This photo will not be nearly as nice, but it is a new one. I want to keep things turning over and looking good. So let me go ahead and pull up the new photo for you, taken just last night by Noms. There he is. There he is. In his side is nice warm bucket. As it's been heading in the direction of summer, he had abandoned his warm bucket. But then yesterday midday, he realized that it was getting cold again, so he hid back in the bucket and does fill it up pretty nicely. He has a tremendous amount of cat, but I swear it's a cat. You can see the ear right there, and that's all the proof you need. That's how it goes. How is the DHL company in Japan compared to UPS or FedEx? I've received 4 packages in the U.S. from the U.S. since I've been here. Of them, 2 have been UPS, 1 FedEx, 1 DHL. So I have no idea how big DHL's market share is here. It's not the biggest delivery service internally to Japan. That's Kuroneko, Black Cat. But I do not know what kind of international shipping we get. One of the many topics I know nothing about. But this one is coming DHL. Maybe it's bigger in Europe. I honestly do not know at all. Let me check real quick. I'm actually curious now about what DHL stands for. Because I know UPS is... I don't recall what now. I know USPS. But what exactly is DHL shipping stand for? Is it German? I thought it might be. Welcome German speakers to Resorty speaking words poorly. We're zoomed in. It's a German logistics company. Is it just called DHL now? What was its original name then? The company names are Adrian Dulcie, Robert Lynn, and somebody H. Hillbaum. So it's Dulcie, Hillblom, Lynn, originally. And now it's German. So I wonder if it was purchased? It was founded in San Francisco in 1969. And then DHL's own intra-US expansion happened in 1983. In 1998, Deutsche Post began to acquire shares in DHL. So it's become German, the initial DHL is someone's name. There you go. There you go, team. Now we know more about the world. Friends, our first ad break is running in just a moment here. When the ad break is done, we'll play some CK3. I promise. Between now and then, I have a slight curiosity here. The word courier makes me think of Fallout 3. Courier's a nice thing? Huh. Is courier at all related to another topic? Is it possible that this goes to states? States? Oh, that's tricky. We're fine. So diplomatic mission goes to state, sovereign state. And then sovereign state goes to state, political entity. I thought we'd found ourselves a little bit of roundy round. Oh, Courier's New Vegas. Did I say Fallout 3? I swear I know Courier's New Vegas. My apologies. We then got politics. Politics are making decisions. Wait, what is this decision tree? How you deal with a broken lamp. This is delightful. This is what rationality amounts to in my world. I need to find a way to use this chart to get myself that NIH grant for sure. That's nice. I like that very much. All right, decision making is part of psychology apparently. Got some mind, got some thinks. Who is the thinking thing? It is the conscious thing. It's awareness. It's philosophy. There you go, indeed. That's from Parfit. So, can I find it? Let's see here. Robert Brandom has some amazing flowcharts also. That's random. Years back, I took a course with Robert Brandom over in Latvia. It was absolutely fantastic. But my roommate and I were, I don't know, we were just having a silly time. And we decided to try to put together a booklet on how great the conference had been, and we called it a Random Brandom Fandom Memorandum. And that's the kind of humor you get into when you go to philosophy of language conferences. So Brandom Laughing Santa is what I'm looking for. That's Brandon. A Brandom Laughing Santa. Are they not going to have it here? Yeah, it's part of German idealism for him. I'll have to find the photo myself. No, I really mean Brandum, not Brandon. I don't mean Brandon, I swear. So he puts together a flowchart of how to make a Santa laugh, in which you start with a ha, and if you want to, you go from the ha to a ha, or from ha to ho, or ha to he, and then all of these recursively link into one another. And so it's a flowchart of how to laugh like Santa, and I find that absolutely delightful. There's a bunch of these flowcharts helping us think about how meaning is recursive, and how it is ultimately built out of individual chunks of meaning. It's a great little text. Yeah, I'm not going to find it, unfortunately. If I add Robert Brandom in, it probably won't come up still, but let's see here. I mean, these are his books, but here we go. The relationship between a digraph vocabulary and the Laughing Santa vocabulary is then pragmatically mediated. This is the kind of stuff that we enjoy most of all. Incidentally, Robert Brandom puts all of his books online for free. It's absolutely fantastic. Is Laughing Santa in this thing? Okay, this is a very small version of the same. Incidentally, occasionally people ask me, so Resorty, what is philosophy? This is all you really need to understand. So you start at position 1, you get your H, you can go ha, and end if you want to, or ho if you want to, or ha, ho, ha, ho, ha, ho, ha, ha, ha. And eventually your exclamation point, and then you're done. Now, this is a very simple version of a much more subtle, much more complex story. But there you go. This is what it is to be Santa Claus in autonomous form. And as I've mentioned previously, if you don't know who this person is, he has an amazing beard and loves Hegel very, very much. There he is. That's Bob. reading a German edition of Hegel's Philosophy of Spirits. It's absolutely wonderful. That's true, he is one of the most respected contemporary philosophers. He has some very subtle, very, very good books. His Tales of the Mighty Dead really affected me. It's his understanding of how to read old philosophers who are obviously wrong about things. How exactly do we take people who are either ethically deficient, Aristotle wants slaves, for instance, or people who are just plain out wrong about important parts of philosophical tradition. And his central idea is what he calls the hermeneutics of magnanimity, great souledness. So read them as kindly as possible so that you may hope that other people in the future read you as kindly as possible. And I think that's such a beautiful way of thinking about one's place in the history of thought, as a way of being generous to show the kind of scholarly generosity that you'd like to have other people show to you. Really affected me. The book has a long essay on Spinoza that is so, so good. Anyway, enough about Robert Brandom. I don't know why we're talking about him. How do we get to Brandom today? So it was via the Laughing Santa automaton. Right, via the decision tree of how to fix broken lamps. Alright folks, that's enough of this. You never know what you're gonna get when you come by the Resorty channel. I feel so bad that some poor people raided into this channel during the intro, and they had absolutely no idea they're gonna get. The title is like, we are now playing CK3. We are going to play a video game, and what do we do instead? We talk about the Laughing Santa. Good. Alright, as mentioned though, today we're going to play a little game called CK3. Our last playthrough, which ended probably 2 months ago or so, was a playthrough in which we played as a Scottish people and found our way into claiming that we were of Egyptian lineage to complete an achievement. And that was a very, very fun and fine time. Today I've selected 2 other achievements that I think should be fun, and they're ones that have been around for a long time, but just haven't quite gotten to them. Let's pull those up, let's look at them and see what is what. So one of them is, I believe, of hard difficulty. Is that true? That is true. Wily as the Fox is our first achievement. Starting as Robert the Fox in 1066, ruled the kingdom of Sicily, hold either the kingdom of Epirus, Hellas, or Thessalonica, and have converted all the original counties to Catholicism. So we begin in Italy and work our way into territory of the Byzantine Empire. Simultaneously, because we're in an area that is so darn Italian, I'm interested in achieving another achievement, which I believe is even harder. I think. Yeah, the Iron and Golden King. Have a capital barony with 60 income, 500 stationed heavies, and a mine. So we know that there is a mine on one of those Italian islands, and so we'll grab that one and hopefully have their capital at some point. Consider doing the achievement just above that, A, E, I, O, U, and me. We start as the Habsburgs, rule Austria, have 5 giant weddings, and no wars. While I think that's a really fun idea to play CK3 passively, peacefully, aiming only towards lovely marriages, I'm not sure how well it would stream, because I'm guessing there will be very long periods of just kind of waiting to acquire money, waiting to get people to want to love your characters. I'll probably do that one off stream almost certainly. We'll see though. Is the mine in Sardinia? Possibly. Because we're playing in the Mediterranean, welcome to another exciting stream of me not being entirely sure which island is which. Sardinia, Sicily, Corsica, Malta. I know vaguely where these all are, but you will find me not referring to islands by name. I will scroll on and point to them and say, oh, that one, and we'll all know which one I mean. Anyway, it's 1066. It is time for us to get this thing started. Duke Robert de Hauteville, you are the wolf, correct? Robert started out his career a thief and a head of a band of highwaymen. Being one of many siblings, the adventurous son was never predicted to become a brilliant strategist and statesman, ruling vast areas of land. Yet here he is, a powerful duke of southern Italy, ready to take on the path of history, which will enable the Holtvilles, no idea, to have a foothold in Sicily for over 100 years. If you consolidate power in the realm, the Kingdom of Sicily awaits its ruler. There you go. We shall measure the place, we shall be its ruler. Okay, I'm actually curious, I'm sorry. There are two senses of the word ruler, and I want to know if they're related in any sense. So ruler etymology. Ruler is a 15th century variation of rule, which comes via French from regula. So it is the case that these, well, maybe not. The regula as rule could be shared. Nope, that's Wiktionary. Let's do the etymology online. Alright, so to rule, meaning to control, guide, direct, or make conform a pattern, is from to control or to direct. Established by decision, is indeed the same kind of root. Good to know. Good to know, good to know. Always assume that these things share an etymology, but never quite sure. Anyway, let's get this party started and figure out what on earth we're doing. Am I doing this today for new Robert the Fox events? Are there new Robert the Fox events? I know absolutely nothing about this. I just picked an achievement because it was an achievement I hadn't done yet. Are there new events? If so, delightful. I look forward to seeing how exactly they work and what's what, etc. In today's patch, it's like the Paradox gods were speaking to me, saying, Resorty, choose that one. And I did. So new events, new events, new events. So we currently rule the Duchy of Apulia right there. That's cool. Update today adds new events for several historical characters. That's really cool. I look forward to seeing what comes of it. So our goal in this playthrough is to make Catholic some Orthodox land. I recall that. What was the first step, though? To make sure we get this done when it needs to get done. Also, do we have to do this as Robert? No, it's starting as Robert. His family can do this. Rule Sicily and then take over a kingdom in this direction. So how big is the Kingdom of Sicily? One wonders. Yep, there you go. Of it, we are surely the strongest power. These ones down here, I believe, are Islamic, though at the moment they have not allied yet. We might declare war before we even unpause. We'll see. Going in this directions. Oh, the Pope has territory here. That's be the difficult part of this playthrough, is getting that land from the Pope, probably. Alright, as we begin, what do we have going on? Grand tournaments, maybe. Grand tour, maybe. I'm going to read through hybrid cultures so that the lesson stops showing up. Good. Alright, we have enough to launch one dynastic legacy. And there are so many possible legacies now. I wonder how many more will be added in before the end of Crusader Kings 3. With that said, did you all find out or hear that EU4 dropped another DLC today? And according to some folks, this might be the last EU4 DLC ever. Going on to EU5 coming out pretty soon. I feel a little bad that we've never really gotten deep into EU4. It is the least roleplay of any of the Paradox games I know. But if you want to own the complete collection, they promise they will not publish any more. They don't really promise that, but we'll see what happens. Okay, so rightful ruler would be happy to, or helpful to keep people happy as we rule over them. There's a lot we could do here. There's a tremendous amount to do, possibly. We could be eugenicists, feeling like no. Let's just begin with, we want to make sure that people think that we are legitimate ruler through and through. Alright, a good start. We are the rightful rulers. Control grows quickly, as does popular opinion. Our people believe that we ought to rule. So far, we've been deep into the martial tree and a little bit of steward also. In martial, we finished out strategist, so our ruler wants to lead the troops into battle. We finish on the Household Guard, get bonus knights. Now at this point in history, we probably do not have sufficient people in our duchy to fill out all the knight slots. This is not super great at this point. But we can continue down that if we want to go into the romance portion of the tree, though we have a spouse. We've had actually 2 spouses, and we have 7 children. That's more than enough, Robert. We're good, thank you. We could knock out serve the crown and such for even more control. I think we'll go to stewardship, though, moving away from our early life at battle in the direction of being an ordinary ruler. So for now, we'll go into how many. We're able to have 2 more personal holdings as right now. So for the moment, then we'll become an ordinary steward who just wants more and more and more money. Good. Does Robert here have any items we begin? That's not the items button. Does Robert have any items? Looking like no. Despite being a fine and fair bandit, he has not managed to capture anything of worth. So he's a 5-star exalted warlord, overcomes seemingly insurmountable odds on the battlefield with consummate ease, turning whole campaigns with a single deft maneuver. He's also a little robust, that is a physical trait congenitally passed on. We see that he is arbitrary, greedy, and ambitious. Definitely explains how he ended up on a ducal throne. Below that, we have his son, Roger de Outville. How do we say this word? Anyone know for sure? I don't want to say it wrong the entire playthrough. This son is hunchbacked, so definitely not as beautiful a warrior as his father, at least not yet. And if we look down, we have many, many other children. 3 in a row are daughters. Then the first son, a second son, another daughter, and another daughter. So we have 2 possible sons and so very many unmarried daughters. Wait, actually we have 1 older son. Why has he been disinherited at the age of 11? So he does have the same kind of body as his father, but he's deceitful and cynical. Cannot be trusted, unfortunately, with the throne. Well, we'll work off of that for now. Are there any secrets against us currently? There are not. We got a lot of money, so we start doing some building. I'd like to see, though, how powerful the people next to us are. Yeah, the Pope, of course, is the big concern here. And then the HRE to the north, they touch us a little bit. We'll see how that goes. Feel free to place your bets now on how long the HRE will survive. It's 1066, so maybe for quite a long time. Alright, we want to exchange hostages with the Count Abelard of Camarada, which is over here, or maybe the internal one. Let's make sure that our vassals are smaller than we are. One of our vassals, either our brother, the Count Roger of Messina, his levy is only 94, so yes, indeed, we are the largest of the vassals. Sorry, largest of the powers here. Will be just fine. Okay, let's do some building then before we unpause. So, my capital is currently got some soldiers and some money production. Rossano, which is a second holding, has very little built up so far. Let's begin with the capital for right now, and then eventually move the capital from here over to here, hopefully. That'll be one of our early goals, most likely. But let's upgrade the hide tents, give us even better troops. We like that. And then when that's done, we'll begin focusing more and more on making some more money. All right, Teleseamen, good day to you also. Good day to everybody. I know many of you are stopping by for the first time in a while because you like the Paradox games and not much else. It is fantastic to see you for sure. Because we're playing the DLC, there are so many buttons, or because we're playing all the DLC, there are many buttons to check out, one of which is a legend. If we want to, we can claim that we're an heir of Charlemagne. To do this, we have to have 108 more money. We also have to hold part of France with the HRE. Well, that will never be happening. That Charlemagne gets to live in the north. We in the south have got very little going on. But maybe we'll discover more about possible ways of convincing people of our rule sooner or later. Our council's not so good, notably the spymaster here, while he likes us okay, is not an especially good spymaster. So invite our nephew to take over on that position. He's one of our knights, but he'll do well looking after us. And for the moment, I want to make sure that counselor is liking us just fine, so we will attempt to sway him to our side, convincing of the goodness of Robert's rule. Got a message here, arranging a betrothal. So a message from whom are you? The Duke of Dukelja, somewhere northeast of us, surely. A daughter and a son. He's similar strength to me. We're to say no, though. We'll look for big helpers at some point, but not currently. With that in mind, who are the larger vassals of the HRE currently? Biggest one here is Duke Vratislav of Bohemia. Do you have unmarried sons? Golly gosh, you do. Alright, is it possible to get this person on our side to begin beating up on the other Italians? So, I have many daughters who will give me a relationship with the Duchy of Bohemia. At the start here, I don't know what Bohemia's relationship is to its neighbors. Hopefully we do not get involved in some war I don't quite want to deal with. So one of our young daughters is fine. Matrilineally, we'll almost accept. That said, we have so many daughters I'm okay with just giving this one away for right now for the sake of the alliance. So, good big starting alliance, but then our first event of the playthrough. With much self-satisfied ceremony, Knight Robert slams a bulging sack down before me. Look, he bids. I empty its contents, precious metals, heirlooms, trinkets. I've convinced some of Count Abelard's commoners, grins Robert. Their taxes were meant for you, my liege. It's a decent windfall, and even better, I can just imagine the beady-eyed look of wrath on the Count's detestable face. Oh, are we rivals? We're not rivals. All right, so this nephew vassal knight was previously our spy master. We kicked him off of the council and then took his money. We will be doing that, accepting some tyranny. We're a bad dude and will continue being a bad dude. For now, though, hopefully the Bohemians keep us rolling down here just fine. Scheme pop-up shows up, meaning someone's trying to kill me now. These things happen. But then, life as a duke is preferable to the life of a bandit, but life as a king would suit me better. This is one of those new events, I believe. By the grace of God and St. Peter, I rule Apulia and Calabria. But with the grace of a few old friends from my days as a highwayman, I could rule the entire kingdom of Sicily, no matter what the Pope or the Emperor thinks. Time to get to work. So we can first insist that I will have all of Sicily itself, get an army of 750 spare men, and also the Kaiser and the Pope hate me. Number 2, stay out of the Empire. In this way, only go for Benevento, not Spoleto. Or stay out of this thing and let the major powers keep their land, though we get claims on the smaller rulers of Sicily. We're pushing all of it. All of it! For 1 second, how far up does Sicily go? If we pull up the ducal view, so Spoleto and Benevento here, they are rightfully mine. Okay, not all of it actually, my apologies. So Spoleto here is part of Romana, the Pope's territory. Benevento itself is rightfully part of Sicily. So let's stay out of the Empire for right now. Eventually we'll push to that. For right now, though, just the territory nearby. And let's begin working on incorporating our small friends on this side here. So this fellow here, the brother-in-law we have, is there any possibility of him ever joining us peacefully? 1 second. Oh, may I not invite him to vassalize for free? I thought vassalization was possible at this point in history. Apparently not, so it's time for a war to claim Salerno as our own. He has no alliances, we should win very easily. We won't even need to call in our neighbors to assist us. So, raise everybody for now. I noticed my men-at-arms are unstationed. We should finish that in just a moment, for sure. Also, our men-at-arms are not totally built up, though we do have one mangonel group. Oh, he's the same rank as we are? Oh, is he? He's listed as being a prince. Oh, it is a principality ducal level. Thanks for catching that. That explains it so much. No vassalizing dukes. Alright, we immediately captured someone's brother. This gives us all the war score we need, though. Why are we getting all the tutorials again? I definitely know what war score is, I swear. Victory is near! I don't want to. I don't want to end the war yet. Good. To the prison, if you please. We have no physician yet. Whom are you? So, Adamar Dalfaridi is nobody much. So, you, my friend, may just go away. I'll take a hook on you if you don't mind. And then Landolf here is surely with money. He's nobody special, though, so we'll take that cash and thank you much. You got the scheme up tutorials also? Got it. There's a mine in Saldigikis as well as the one over in Sardinia. I'll figure out where that is exactly. We don't know too much about any of the Italian and Greek names. We'll find it eventually, though. Alright, negotiate an alliance. Our count and nephew, who's inside of our kingdom duchy, would like to be part of an alliance. We're saying no on that one right now. Is next Thessalonica? Okay, that's somewhere over here. Oh, my knowledge of geography is so darn bad. Well, we can find this the old-fashioned way with this button here, this button here. Where's the search key? Which search key for this game? Find ye a title. It's the V key in this game. Alright, it's called Saldikisis. Saldikisis. Maybe the Barony of Solida? Do you have a economy view mine? You have no mine. There's one here, actually. Phoenician mining settlement. So we could go for that instead. We'll figure it out. It's the Chalkidiki Barony? How do you know this? How do you know all the barony names? Amazing. Chalkidiki. Ah, it's right there, okay. Near Athens, apparently. Back to economy view. Alright. Here is a mining settlement. We'll find eventually. The mine part's less important to me than taking territory currently. Salerno, though, it is mine. Hooray, hooray. The war has been won. We gained legitimacy. People believe in us. Also, one of my children has become an adult. Emma of our family is 16 years old. We disinherited her. Apparently, we only want one of our sons to rule this place. So, who should we marry you off to? I guess keeping the HRE out of our hair would be very useful. So who is the Duke/King down this way? We're not going to Spoleto currently. So how large a power are the Spoletians here? They are a little stronger than we are. So Matilda of Tuscany, she's a character you can begin with if you want to. I believe she has an achievement on her called Faster Than the Fox, maybe. So, you have literally no children, unfortunately. Let's go up a little bit past that. How about here in Bologna? Direct report to the ruler. How about here? Prince Bishop, no family. I may have to bring up a different view. Here we go. We found ourselves someone who is a count. That's no good. Matilda again. Alright, let's weaken the HRE instead by just finding other relatively strong folks. The Duke Ottokar of Steiermark. That's unfortunately to the north, but we have here a young son. Would you like to arrange marriage? No. No one here is available for marriage. Huh. Why not? Clearly this is an unbetrothed child. Well, whatever. We'll figure that eventually. I got a message, though, of the recently turned 16-year-old. It is the case. This person, again over in Dukla, right here, would like to be our friend. This is the second time they've asked for a marriage. And they're just not that strong. They have an alliance with HRE. We'll stay out of that one for right now. Factions against us. It's all peasants. That's fine, fine, fine. Next up, then, we have a spread of the Sicilian culture. The eclectic mix of people in southern Italy and Sicily has given rise to unique culture affected by myriad influences. It's clear the people in the county of Rossano no longer see themselves as Greek, but instead as native Sicilians. We're a Norman. We should probably change it at some point. Normans in Italy. We love it. We love it. Hey, Matt Strat, thank you for the resubscription, my friend. It's good to have you with us again, almost for a full year of subscribing. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. We'll see. Has anyone gone up against me when death's on the line? Inconceivable. It could never, ever, ever happen. Alright, have the Islamic powers unified yet? They have not. What absolute fools they are. So simply going for claims on all three of them at once. This is definitely foolishness, but they'll save us some time anyway. So 1, 2, 3, no alliances, yes sirree. We will move our... Oh, again, I didn't station my troops. Resorti, when this war is done, station ye the troops. Do we have a commander who can help us get over the water? Well, Robert himself actually may have that perk. So, does he get over before the troops march in? They are just staying in their homes. That is fine. Let's get marching from north to south. I believe this is a medium start as far as the difficulties go. I wonder who's going to cause us problems first. But as long as we unify everything fairly quickly, I mean, I guess part of the issue is these people will not want to be ruled because they're neither our culture nor our religion. Captured an evil adventurer who's a very good knight. It seems unlikely that he will want to convert. Will he? He might be a secret Muslim. Will you join us also? Good knights. Just pretend to be Catholic. We won't ask any questions what you do 5 times a day. And our first camp cook is finished. Now we'd like more buildings, give more money. Also, with the new DLC installed, Plagues, Plagues, Plagues. We played this DLC when it first came out, a few months back now, and there were so many diseases. It was absolute spamming of diseases all the time. Does anyone know if the plague frequency has decreased some, or is it still coming all the time? Endless diseases. Should probably make a hospice in preparation for that. For the moment, though, let's get some fields going, bring in a little bit more cash too. We fought a battle here and then went away. Played in the base game. Okay, sure. I know they were added when the DLC came in. I've just forgotten. I can't remember ever are things based on DLC or elements of the game part of the DLC or the base game. They're definitely decreased, thank God. it was so ridiculous early how many of these plagues were happening all the time. It was so crazy. Doesn't spam for you? Alright, well hopefully it doesn't spam for me either. I think when it first came out though it was mighty silly. Anyone wants to be a physician? Our average quality bishop will do so. He is depressed and he eats all the food, but surely giving him a job will help out with that one. As usual, there are multiple tasks we can give for the physician, including controlling plagues or advancing our research or doing charity, give us more piety. For now, we'll help with the... Oh, if you do research, help with lifestyle experience in general. Sounds fantastic for now. Costs a little money, but we are still at this point rich. Alright, and this last group is just waiting there. Simon, our bishop, has become a novice physician. He got himself that perk, he gave me a little bit more learning. Hope that continues on. With the money we're pulling in right now, we could absolutely have other of the court jobs finished. Noting, though, that my counties are still not fully under control. We'll finish those up for sure. And my queen is doing nothing of note. She's pretty all-around average, so we'll leave her doing, again, nothing of note. Be curious to see if this army just marches straight down this way across the channel here, or the straits, whatever you want to call it. Not sure what exactly. But I'd like to meet them as they come across. They're so small, so inconsequential, we could probably just ignore them for right now. Those are probably some words one says only very, very cautiously. Are any of you playing CK3 right now? Is this a game that I'm playing alone, or are many of you also checking out the game ahead of the free weekend? Have a fellow here we can get some money off of. Also captured a guest at the same time, a man named Abdul Hawk. Not the most amazing character, but probably a worthy knight at this point in history. So, are you worth money? He's worth a weak hook only. We don't need a low-born hook, surely. So instead, change your religion, join the team, hey, thanks. With those ransoms done, we can then end the first middle war. All done, all done. 1 down and 2 to go. We'll want to spend money on getting the kingdom going, ideally before the good... What are you again? Robert the Fox. Cunning, shrewd, ambitious. Your virtues may not be chivalrous, but they are effective. Hopefully people are impressed by our speed of going to war. Alright, took the foe prisoner. He's got 74 money. In other words, he's going to have less money. His family was captured also. We'll first take all of his money, and then we'll take his title. And we'll call it a day on that one, too. 2 down, 1 to go. I believe it's 500 money to get ourselves the kingdom title. So we'll have to be a little bit careful in how much we expand and how much money we have and so on. With that said, we have a perk finished, and also... Oh, never mind. For a brief second there, we were seeing that we were over our domain cap. We're not right now, though. But it is time to learn about learn about lifestyle a little bit. Gosh, as always, I need to build, so I'll be cutting cornerstones to get cheaper buildings. I now wish I had put my lifestyle focus into one of the stewardship trees. We need 2 points in stewardship to keep 1 more holding. I'll probably give one of these away in a little bit. We'll see. Hey, Gator Druid. Robert the Fox is a fun goal. I agree. It's one of the goals I should have been doing a long time ago, but only now got to it. Also, I've been told, holy cow, a lot of people in prison. I've also been told that on today's patch, actually, there are new events for Robert. So it's going to be cool to see how that goes. One of my vassals, the Mayor Zachariah of Gurgenti, has sent me a message. He is highly capable and wants to improve the county a little bit. So I could say, haha, I'll do it myself. If we do that, more development gain that way, or I can let him do it himself, or I could say, you deserve no liberties. I will do it myself. And I notice, of course, that he is someone who is the wrong religion, so we'll ask him to change. He may not do so. If he does not change over, we'll surely throw him in prison immediately. He's willing to change religions to see the true Catholic faith. We are Catholic, correct? The true Catholic faith. If only we'll give him a favor. Surely not. And so he goes straight to jail. He is likely to fail in being captured. We'll wait a moment and then throw him in prison anyway. And I do see that we have a plague happening nearby. More prisoners to release in just a second here. The plague is called Adelaide's Fire. It is spreading currently. Is this nearby? Wow. So it's probably considered nearby because it's in an adjoining, what's the word for it? Country? Title. Nearby title. And so it touches us. The actual infection's pretty far away. Alright, end that war. And then we'll deal with the various problematic mayors. And we are 1 over in domain size for right now. But do we now have enough to make Sicily proper, or we need to have 4 more counties? We can get 2. Wait, maybe not. I think I misread that there. I think there are 4 more counties. Yep, if we have 500 money, we can become the king all at once. And then maybe peacefully integrate these folks. So let it run for a little bit, get the last money there, and then become a king in just the first bit. Alright, give me a moment now to discover which of our vassals are non-Catholic, if any of them. Religion is non-Catholic. There are 3 mayors. We already asked 1. We'll ask number 2. This guy will change over. He knows the best. And yes, station troops. Iron Cracks, thank you. I did forget again. So this is a case where you have helped the playthrough. You are the #1 chatter today so far. So most important is, where do those mangonels live? Are any of them special places? Yes, indeed. A good old Castro Giovanni as a bonus to siege weapons. Good job. Number 2, the good old-fashioned bowmen. We have 2, 5, and 1 there. 2, 5, and 1, or the big capital. We'll throw in 2, 5, and 1. And lastly, the pikemen. They'll get a 4, 4, 4, 8. And they'll be at the capital. That's just fine. All right, we stationed the troops. I'd like to spend money to upgrade all of these, but we recognize immediately that we need the money for the kingdom, so we'll hold off on that for a little bit. Also, we can start an accolade, but I'm gonna wait on starting the accolade till the kingdom is created. All right, 1 person converted, 2 people converted, and then one of the mayors here did not convert, I believe. Oh, they actually all did. Where was the one who didn't convert? It's you. All right, straight to prison. Will not succeed. He can't rise against us, though, so he'll run away like a coward. But first, Duke Guillaume of Toulouse has announced to the world he and his vassal have converted to Catharism. Catharism. That is the heresy that says all matters created by Satan and therefore tainted with sin. The only way to achieve salvation is to reject all material desires. Give me your fancy gold circlet if you please. You don't need it anymore. Will not be joining that heresy, not today at least. Renegade. Zachariah ran away, fleeing with all of his money. Fine. And so, I believe we automatically get a new mayor then. Again, wrong religion. This one will convert over though. Cool. Let the game run for a moment then until we get to our 500 money. Then we'll incorporate these folks. One of the big moments of this playthrough is me deciding when to attack the Byzantines. Ideally at a point when they have a civil war going on, or the folks in the West are relatively weak at least. But let's keep an eye on them and see what's what. Between now and then, we'll continue working on strengthening our holdings here, keep the internal vassals happy, and not too much to say past that. One possibility would be to attempt to get one of our children or other family members on one of the thrones here, but that's a little overly complicated for right now. Croatia is looking not super beefy. They're currently launching a holy war to take a chiefdom towards the north in Hungary. They have a number of young sons. How strong is the chiefdom of Groban here? Groban's actually being attacked by Denmark. So if we ask Croatia to be our friends, get a little bit more strength, and then also hopefully be able to protect ourselves against the Byzantines more effectively. So we arrange marriage here with one of our many young daughters. He says no, actually. He says no because marrying down from a king to a duke. If we wait a little while longer and become the king, that marriage will happen straight away. Another disease has popped up, this one inside of our realm. Famine fever, they call it. It's a kind of typhus. So far, it's killed absolutely nobody. I want to spend money to build up various kinds of hospices and other medicine-providing services, but we have no cash. So what we'll do instead is ask our physician to move over and focus on fighting that plague, hopefully. We wait a little while longer. Famine fever is spreading. It's going to get closer and closer to our capital. Maybe a time to have our Duke hide with his family, perhaps. Only a few more months, so we'll top game speed for a second and see what's what. A walk through Rosano, which is not the capital but down here instead, reveals something deeply unpleasant. A plague has arrived in this unassuming hamlet. The infected are covered from head to toe in rashes that are hot to the touch. That's disgusting. Already people are calling the affliction the famine fever. Numbers remain low, it's only a matter of time until it spreads further. So, with that said, why is it famine fever? No one is starving, everything is fine. So someone should do something, not me, or bring me the physician. If we get the physician, we'll lose some rightful claim to this land, but that is okay. It's not my fault. Slivers, thank you for the resubscription, Slivers. That tier 3 for 76 months. Wow. Thank you so much. You missed the opening today. You have a funny story about why. Sure, what's your story about why you missed the opening? Stand before the class and tell everyone why you were late today, mister. It's good seeing you. Hello, Daigle also. Hope life's good for you over to the west of me. Famine fever, the dim flickering light of Bishop/Dr. Simon illuminates the scene as the physician lays out a plan of attack. I missed the part where the light's coming from his infirmary, not coming from him personally. You are the sun. I have a number of observations regarding the famine fever, chiefly the way patients are tormented by camp fever like I've never seen before. Oh, is camp fever just typhus? I've heard the phrase camp fever before, but haven't known what it's meant. But apparently camp fever and typhus are at least somewhat overlapping. The plague does not appear to be too severe. It's my recommendation to the professional that we take a light approach to the spread. After all, we don't want to hurt the economy. All right, we agree with our learned leader. We'll do a safe treatment for our people. Be right with you. I'm curious now, is camp fever a kind of typhus? Camp fever. Epidemic typhus has also been called camp fever, jail fever, war fever, named to suggest overcrowding, underwashing, lowered standard of living. It's caused by a bacteria and appears to be green. That's pretty cool. I don't want that inside of me, but it looks pretty cool anyway. Good to know. Slivers, you made a quick lunch during break on a video call, put the bun in the oven for 50 seconds, except to hit the button too many times. Did you burn down your workplace, my friend? The house got full of smoke. 4 hours later, you had to go to a restaurant to eat. Hopefully the smoke cleans out pretty quick. Please don't burn your house down. You'll miss the Resorty show with no functional computer. I went and spent time with my son, Roger. Roger the Hunchback. Are we actually looking after him personally? We should be doing that all the way. I noticed some rocks on the shelf. This rock is a bonus to learning and to prestige. My son found it and he gave it to me for our very first inventory item. Hooray to us. We now become more learned by looking at the rock. I don't know how paleomancy, nope, geomancy works. Whichever way though, we've seen it and we are enlightened. It seems the modern approach has proven successful with a slow spread in disease among the commoners. Though the impact is quite minimal, it should at least grant more time to work on a more permanent solution. Hooray! Has anyone died yet? Oh gosh, 3 people, 10 people! We're all gonna die. It's getting worse and worse. Please stay away. I've got important things to do. We can isolate the capital, protecting ourselves a little bit better. With the plague looming of the capital as one possible measure to remedy it, reinforce the walls, close the gates, and throw away the keys. So we will personally not hide, but we'll ensure that no one comes to our big city. Loses us some legitimacy, but higher plague resistance. Must protect the capital. After all, our founding documents are there. No one in or out, except for me if I want to go to war. But then, there's a commotion with the children today. Aria, Hudat, my daughter, was attempting to preach among her fellow youngsters and became the target of a small fight. Nobody likes a priest when you're 12 years old. Also, nobody likes you when you're 23. What's my age again? Roger intervened and did what he could to protect her. So, Roger, the hunchbacked, charming, greedy fellow, is brave as well. Well done, my son. Brave through and through. But then, a word of advice. That's me. This is my good count. I saunter, that's right, kings saunter about, between the market stalls of Apulia, a heavy pouch upon my belt. We have 509 money, we can become king right now. Don't forget that one. How do I make this coin work for me? I admire the wares of a local smith. Good steel, sound investment. My brother, the Count Roger, suddenly appears by my side. A word of advice, brother? Have a look at the jeweler stall over there. Their wares may be simple, potential is great. All right, we can invest in the smithy for 30 money. If we do that, we get cheaper army maintenance and more money from our capital. Invest in a jeweler's workshop if we want to. 30 or 75% chance it works out well, or turn a quick profit. I'm going to take the best one. I'm going to go ahead and agree with my brother. Do we get the profit? We bond over a great profit. Count Roger is now my friend. Good, good, good. Hello, Datoquist. You really enjoyed watching Little Guardsman playthrough. I'm so glad. It's an absolutely hilarious game with a bunch of fun. Glad to have played it. Hopefully you enjoy watching the VODs. Hello, Heichel. We are playing as Robert the Fox. Smitchy, welcome in. Pigeon, welcome in. Everybody, welcome in. Thanks for being here on this lovely Thursday here. As I mentioned, we have a free weekend of CK3 coming up in just a couple days here. If you're interested in playing CK3 with no price to you other than the download data, I suppose, consider this weekend for sure. In Count Robert's inane efforts to improve my relation with neighbors, he gave away a claim to Duke Landolf. What? The Duke of Benevento thinks he owns my things. Surely not. You fool, you fool. But then, because we're at speed 5 waiting for our money to come in, events are popping as fast as they can go. I'm comfortably having a soak at the bathhouse, finally getting some well-deserved downtime when a grating voice from somewhere nearby interrupts my tranquil thoughts. Did you see his ridiculously tiny... A little farther into the room, I spot Abdul Haq making obscene gestures, surrounded by a crowd of laughing sycophants. It's hard to miss, they're staring at me. Very tiny thumbs, they're just like pint-sized. I barely know him, I already feel like I hate him. How dares he ridicule me in public? I will not forget this slight. So, we can become rivals, we can murder him, or we can say we're overreacting. We're an arbitrary, greedy, ambitious man. He will pay. We have our very first rival in the playthrough. One friend, one rival. We'll see what comes of that. And then, Bohemond comes of age. I'm proud to see my eldest son no longer as a child, but now an adult. A natural administrator from birth, it should be no surprise to anyone that Bohemond has come far into his studies of management of the realm. Displaying a thorough understanding of the flows of gold and wanderings of people, he even expresses remarkable creativity in dealing with matters. He will never be ruler, I don't know why, but he is going to make me some money anyway. Now, it is the case that he is currently a knight, so he might just die fast anyway. Also, our nephew Robert has died of cancer, unfortunately. May we find a spouse for our son who will give us large military power. Largest the Duchy of Angria. Angria is part of the HRE, it looks like. And where is it? Way in the north. So getting ourselves additional power inside the HRE could be nice. Though marrying a 16-year-old to a 3-year-old feels bad, man. Hello, Gator Druid. Your son's an adult and you've texted him to remind him that Sunday is Mother's Day. Geezer Druid, have you reminded 2 people this day it's Mother's Day? I definitely forgot. We don't celebrate Mother's Day here in Japan, so to be entirely honest, back when I was living in the US, the only way I would know what holiday is coming is based on what signs are up at the grocery store. So I'd see a grocery store sign that says, hey, it's Valentine's Day, and I'd say, oh, better go tell Noms I love her. Make sure you buy your father a tie. Oh, better email my dad, etc. Thank you, Geezer Druid, for reminding me. I will text my mother. Good. Other possible relationships. The Duchy of Mitra, it seems pretty north. Duchy of Bavaria, they tend to be pretty powerful at this point in history. Show me your story, oh Bavaria. Yep, 2,000 strength. currently defending the Liberty War. They will probably pull me into that. How about the locals? Let's see who's nearby. So these counts here should integrate fairly quickly. They are not true Catholics, unfortunately. Our brother-in-law is, though, so marrying our son to our sister's prodigy has been a pretty bad idea. Has Matilda here had children yet? Unfortunately not. Her heir is a 54-year-old person who is the mother of Duke Pierre, so it's possible that she will become the Duchess there, and then her children, unfortunately, are all married off, so that's not going to work. We established earlier that Croatia didn't want a marriage, though perhaps their eldest son, they could possibly want one. Nope, definitely not. Matrilineally, even no there, surprise, surprise. Death Knight, thanks for the Prime sub, my friend. Good to have you with us again. A pleasure. What's France up to these days? King Philip of France, 19 years old. There's no way you want my daughters, correct? It's just not going to happen. Really? What is wrong with you? He really wants an alliance, though he's marrying down. We happen to speak his language for reasons of which I'm not sure. You will take my eldest daughter as your bride. So this is how we possibly get pulled into French HRE wars. The better way to go would be to marry into the family of the emperor. Though he has no children. We're marrying France. This was not the plan at all, but sure. Oops. But sure, why not? Happy marriage, everybody! Fantastic. Alliance formed with France. He's not that strong. We'll see if he can hold on to his territory long term, though. Then, a scheme against us. The reason for that is that our spy master died of the cancer, so can we find someone better? Our powerful vassal wants to be in that position. He'd be a much better diplomat, though, so I'll probably shift him to diplomacy position. This person, unfortunately, is not good at most things, though, so perhaps not. If we look at the spy masters, our son could do a great job for us. He's a little cranky, we just inherited him, but he'll do well. And then we should probably find him a spouse. Maybe not an alliance spouse, but instead someone who will treat him well for all of his days. So let's get looking for someone of similar age. Those are the 0-year-olds. We'll go and make a modification here, asking for people who are, let's say, 5 years apart. This is a love marriage, this is not an inheritance marriage. He may end up as a count eventually, though it seemed kind of unlikely. So if he's our spy master, though, for a long time, we'll find someone who's quite intriguing. Someone who has a wide variety of skills. This person is impatient and generous and craven. Cowardly is not so good, except for that bonus to intrigue. It's a nice Castilian lady here. So we could have an alliance with a city. That's absolutely useless. Alright, this is pretty Swabian. Pretty a Swabian lady. You take care of my son for a long time. Happy marriage. We'll see what kind of kids we got out of that. Maybe they'll provide an army of knights for us for a very, very long time. But then, the Sicilian culture has spread once more. The eclectic mix of people in southern Italy and Sicily has given rise to a unique culture affected by myriad influences. I remember back in elementary school, and I wonder if this is unique to me or if you all had the same experience. On the same day of class, when it was time for vocabulary time, that portion of the day when you learn new words, we learned the words myriad and manifold on the same day. And I have no idea why. Myriad and manifold are very similar in denotations and quite tricky. I think it was to distinguish between a myriad of and a manifold number. You would never say a manifold of. Did you have that experience also, where these two words were taught on the exact same day, to help distinguish between them. I don't know why these words of all possible words, but that was my experience. Anyway, it's the case the people of Palermo have given up on their African Arabic heritage and are now proper Sicilians also. That's wonderful. Over 500 money. We can now get the kingdom going. With that said, it's been an hour of plays. We take our once an hour ad break. If it's your first time being here during our ad breaks, don't worry, you miss nothing except for the crossword puzzle. Happy crossword puzzle, everybody. Yesterday we finished both the Tuesday puzzle and the Monday puzzle. We do have one old Monday from last week. We will finish that today, even if we need help from you all. Today, though, we have a Wednesday puzzle, which is a medium easy difficulty. We'll see how it goes for us, though. So thanks for being here. Thanks for hanging out. We'll see you in 3 minutes. All right. Uppercase T, uppercase N, uppercase Roman, Times New Roman. Blank dare you. How dare you? Tools for propelling a boat, probably oars. A cocktail that might be served in a coconut with a miniature umbrella. I've seen this kind of thing previously, but I do not know what it's called. Let's work off the downs. Washed the soap off of. Rinsed. My I wish to remain helpless made your son laugh the other day. I'm glad. When I made this little message of please don't help me, I wish to remain helpless, I was I was not sure anyone would find it funny but me. That's the majority of this stream. Do I find things funny? Then we're going to be using them surely. Readily available is on hand. Blank Zedong, a longtime Chinese chairman, that's Mao of course. Sections of a play are acts. Get out of town. Get out of town. No way. I think it's an idiom meaning that's absurd. Don't let the critics get to you. Hold your head up high, possibly. Does that fit? Hold your head up. It does not. F the haters. I have no idea. Alright, the Pina Colada and Dances in the Rain. Is it colada? Colada? That seems right. Box office bomb. So a movie that performed poorly, a stinker, not sure. What's the down then? Helpful, of use. Subject to a preschool lesson. The alphabet. Does alphabet. There we go. Blank of unusual size. Large rat-like creatures in The Princess Bride. They're rodents of an unusual side. I don't believe those exist. The box office bomb is in a flop. Focus of ESPN's programming, Desportes. Alright. Ship that sailed the Nina and the Santa Maria. The Pinta, of course. Welcome to Wednesday. It's Do You Remember Elementary School? The floor is blank. Again, elementary school. The floor is lava. You gotta jump from table to desk to chair, etc. Facing serious trouble is in hot water. Computer command symbolized by a floppy disk icon. What's that? It's save. The fast-sounding reindeer on Santa's team is Dasher. Change for a 50, perhaps. 5 tens. Measure that's nearly a meter. The yard. Intended is meant. Through in is added. Furniture facing a TV at times. The sofa. David Foster Wallace has an absolutely fantastic little essay on mass culture in the television. He is a writer, would often say he spent more of his life watching TV than doing anything else, and it was a great distraction and procrastination during his writing period. When he should have been writing, he was watching TV instead. And this little, this little essay talks about what is it to be watching a TV show, and it talks through all the different levels of doing so. So part of it is you are looking at a show. No, you're looking at actors. No, you're looking at cameras looking at actors. No, you're looking at a screen, a digital level, etc., looking at a screen. No, you're sitting and looking at your furniture. Yes. So for him, it was a gradual downgrading of the worthiness of what he was doing. In some measure, I think he was talking about the danger of mass culture, the way in which it draws all together. But he was also trying to denigrate what he himself was doing as a way of saying it's not this noble thing of engaging with art. Instead, you're just looking at your furniture. Stop doing that. Anyway, an okay start. What's that one called again? I think it's E unum pluribum, or E unis pluribum, the inversion of the model United States. So, very good. My job as streamer to be furniture? That's right, you're not watching me. You're watching your furniture. Or I guess your tool, maybe? I don't think of a computer as being furniture in the same way as a television. I'm not sure why that is, though. Alright. Our capital here is Sicilian culture. I'm going to go ahead and take the flip on that one. Historically, I don't know if Robert Ipse attempted to engage with his populace or if he thought himself as Norman until the end. Just for the sake of maintaining what's going on here, adopting local culture would be a good thing. And I've forgotten how to do that. I thought it was right-click the leader, adopt culture. Maybe not. Maybe not. Jerry Thunder, you often watch the stream on your TV, so I am the furniture. Hello, I'm your refrigerator talking to you. I'm on an HD TV and you're a lazy boy. That sounds so comfortable. I now feel ridiculous standing up while you're sitting down. Would you allow me to sit? I'll take a quick little seat here on the sofa if you don't mind. Alright, lives are gold. Gold is the lifeblood of our realm, and merchants bring much of that wealth. The famine fever still spreads across the same realm, however, and Jeffrey has brought me missives from the trade-rich coastal provinces. We can control this outbreak, my lord, Jeffrey says with what feels like bluffed confidence. Requiring all merchants sequester themselves before they bring their goods to markets will ensure they aren't infected. But the unspoken rest of the sentence intimated there's scant chance this won't damage the inflow of precious taxes. Alright, so if we decide to keep the merchants locked up, we'll get less money. Or we can be an arbitrary person and say, make it 40 days of quarantine. All the minor landlords get cranky and we get a little stressed out. Or we say they're isolated for 20 days instead. This does not upset the local peasants, or local lords rather, but it does make us a little stressed out. Or we do not care about the economy at all. This makes us happy because we are greedy. Sure, other ways. We care about the economy very much. We don't care about health at all, as long as our ruler's in good shape. A couple things. Hello there. Number one, wait. It has been literally 1 day. Is that true? Okay, it's been half a month here. So Count Roger of Messina, our brother, is dead. His wife Judith comes forward immediately. Comes to visit us, saying she's so lonely. Period, that should be a comma. Looking at me longingly. I remind myself that Roger, my brother, was also my good friend. You've been so comforting, she says, comma not period, biting her lips suggestively. Roger was my friend. So again, insisting on Roger being our friend. I just want to feel something, she whispers, loosening the fastenings on the front of her dress. Roger was my friend. So we are greedy, arbitrary, and ambitious. This does not inform us well what we should do. For metagame reasons, I tend not to do what I'm about to do, but the greedy Robert is greedy for Judith. Oh, we've taken a lover, violating our Catholic duty here. We have the money we need to make our kingdom. We should be doing that. Also, the peasant rabble are going to attack us soon. That's fine. That's fine. For now, though, we're going to become King Robert, King of Judith's heart. As king, you have new duties and responsibilities, etc., etc., etc. The Count Robert of Lanciano looks sternly at me. He's explaining how we're no longer highwaymen, no longer a mere rampaging duke, but instead, king. He unfolds a beautiful banner, the emblem of my family there. What is the motto of our family, incidentally? God's handmade wonders. God's handmade me. This does not imply that we are necessarily a wonder, but I think he might be suggesting it anyway. We're insignificant for now. Alright, let the people see their king. Alright, a little ostentatious, I gotta say. A little ostentatious. For now, though, we'll decorate it with our grand dynastic banner. With our little house banner on the side. They're, of course, the exact same thing for right now, but how attractive is that masterwork house banner? We are more dreadful, we get more knights, and we're a grand people through and through. Yay, Sicily! Alright, someone died of typhus, though. Our marshal did. People are getting a little cranky with us. They want to be on the council. We hold their duchy that they would like to have. So now that we're king, our count vassals want to have duchies personally. We'll see what comes after a while. This person already on the council is our chancellor in 11. He's an even better martial person. We then have a count who could become the diplomat. So we'll do exactly that. Count Robert, you move over to this position. Good. And then Count Angry Guy McGee, you become that position. We have one person who wants to be the county still. Sorry, one person wants to be the council still, but they're not good enough to do so. We might sway him though. Yeah, he's just not good at much. But I'll do a little swaying. It's friendship time. Hooray, hooray. Alright, now that we are king, will Naples join us straight away? Offer vassalage. They say no. Different faith is the biggest reason. They're Orthodox. We could offer to look after their kid. They're definitely against that one all the way. Unfortunate. I'm looking forward to taking the kid and making him into a good little Catholic. Capo next door is actually Catholic already, so they're positive 24. At this point, it's showing that he will not accept. We've not unpaused, so the calculation is not showing correctly. But if we lower feudal obligations, he will join us. Hooray! We got ourselves a new count straight away. Then, from dust. Finally, the plague has left the realm. We must take this as an opportunity to rise from the chaos left in its wake. We now emerge from the wreckage of the old world. It's time to consider the new. I like that game, Old World. I like seeing... Actually, I wonder if someone was playing this game one night. Someone was like, CK3, I'm making a video game. What should I call it? Oh, Old World, that's good. In the same way that people will often take little lines out of Shakespeare and make them their titles. For example, David Foster Wallace's book, Infinite Jest, is a Shakespearean line about a person being a man of infinite jest. It's great. Massive survivors have been moving to Salerno as a new haven. Our new capital is growing, growing, growing. We'll spend our money to make the place even nicer still. Then, how many duchies do we personally hold? Yeah, the two there. Salerno and Apulia. We'll keep both those for right now. Might go ahead and create additional duchies. Also might go ahead and attack Naples here. They're quite weak. They have no alliances at all. And the faction against us is just peasants. So, while annoying, we will probably deal with them straight away. Down here, the Islamic culture counties should probably be converted over. But at the moment, our steward is making some money for us. We want to keep that going. Speaking of money, it is time to begin upgrading more things once we have, some more cash. So we'll just sit quietly for a moment and think about what we've done recently. Someone's in the court wanting to speak with me. A healthy rival between our meddlesome fighters is expected, but the growing discord between Kadir and Mohammed, all confusing, is souring the mood at court. Well, speaking of Muhammad, I think I've mentioned this previously, but surprised me so much the first time I heard it, and it shouldn't have, but it did, which is, what is the most common given name in the world? It's Muhammad. A tremendous number of people of Arabian background or of Islamic faith choose Muhammad as their child's name, where it's much less common in other religions to choose the name of the prophet as the kid's name. Like, of course we say Joshua in English, but can you imagine naming a kid Jesus? I think for a lot of Christians or people from Christian cultures, there's such a revulsion from that. No, you can't use the name of the divine, certainly. Or the name comes loaded down with so much connotation that you don't want that. But yeah, Muhammad, surely. It is true. If you speak Spanish, you would use Jesus. That is true. But at least as an American, Jesus feels, ooh, too much. But good call. I wonder why that is. Is it the prevalence of Catholicism as opposed to Protestantism in the US? I'm not sure. A good call on Jesus. Is that true in any other traditionally Christian cultures? I don't know. Thinking of the other cultures I know, and I have no idea what the German equivalent of Jesus is, but I can't imagine people having that name there. Yeah, who knows? Anyway, Muhammad, most common name in the world at this point in history. Fascinating stuff. I do wonder what the most common name before Muhammad was. Like, as an American, I would say, oh, it's John, right? Obviously, it's John, and the various equivalents like Sean and so on. I have no idea. Any of you know? Isa, the name for Jesus in Arabic, is not uncommon in Muslim regions. Oh, that's cool. I wonder if there's something about those cultures that say it's okay to use the names of the various prophets. Like, the name Moses is not often used in Christian culture either, I think. Moises, though, like Moises Alou, the baseball player, is used. And so I do kind of wonder. Yeah, I know nothing about this topic other than Muhammad is the answer. I know the trivia and nothing else. Anyway, Kadir is widely regarded more skilled, but Muhammad, our son, takes issue. In the middle of an audience, my son bursts into a room and, clutching his sword hilt, cries, "Kadir, only one of us can be claimed the king's most skillful knight." I read somewhere that Guy used to be the most common name in France, that everyone was that Guy. Everyone was that guy, and so the name Guy was most common. That's a funny joke. That's a funny joke for sure. I like it. Yeah, I know exist. I know it's the case. I'm speaking from a limited perspective. Back in the Puritan era, people were named like, oh, what's this guy's name? One second. There's a, what book was I reading? This story is not going to work. But there was absolutely a period when the Puritans would name their people like God's favor has been shown Smith, or speaks for the church in all of his duties James, etc. And that's absolutely amazing. Puritan names are amazing. Now, I'll admit I am speaking from a limited perspective. Just in the 21st century American culture, Jesus feels like a name that one would not use. And so I have no idea if there's like an underlying bias or underlying sense that it's inappropriate to do so. But I think even the Puritans didn't use the name Jesus. I think. Yeah, who knows? Anyway, I'm outside of my area of expertise, so I'll drop it now. Let's see, though, in my area of expertise, which is playing CK3, bingo bango, how different in skill these people are. Prince Mohammed is a 16, this fellow's an 18, so they are indeed close. I could let them fight. In this case, they're fighting to the death. I give them training blades and have them fight it out. I personally can engage in Kadir's fight, or remind them they both fight for me. We're a 17, so if I attack both of them, it is not a fight to the death. So I will try that. Let's do battle here. Single combat with Kadir. For a few brief moments, he and I pace in lazy half circles, each watching for an opening. I heft the axe, ready to defend myself, while he clutches his mace firmly to hand. This fight may only be till first blood, but it doesn't ease my nerves. With a sudden twitch, our bout begins. Unexpectedly, he kicks me. Do you understand who you're fighting? You have a lovely cudgel and you kick me. Wait, why does he have a cudgel and a sword? This feels like cheating. Judges? Judges? So we could make fun of him. We could attempt to disarm him. Or we can command him as if we were he's one of our soldiers. So I have no chance of success, but lowers our chance of injury. So we have nothing here that likely increases our chance of success. Maggot, we call him. Commanding the rabble in battles and exercise in shouting and intimidation. And I demonstrate this to Kadir by screaming foulness at the top of my considerable lungs. Kadir shifts into a defensive stance, his mace forming a damn near impenetrable wall of perfect parries between me and him. My form is deteriorating fast with numerous exploitable gaps. Kadir's stance is formidable. I think we're going to lose. So, he'll never see this coming. We try to engage a surprise attack. I can put my shields up, or I can mock him saying that we are the big famous guy. We will attack him with trickery. Spotting weakness, I throw myself at Kadir, hefting my axe and driving him back with one crushing thwack. Unexpectedly, he managed to swing a vicious kick for my shin. Who is this guy? Is this guy the superhero, the kicker? What sort of strange judo do you know, sir? My form is again deteriorating fast. Well, I think we're to lose, unless we can engage in an onslaught speaking for the Catholic Church, or disarm him, or yell at him again. So we're getting so many choices here, they're actually not attacking. They're mocking him instead. The randoms are always kind of annoying. We yell about the church. Axe in hand, I rain quick slashes on Kadir, leaving him no quarter between blows. He retaliates with a smooth-flowing series of rapid thwumps and crushing thwacks, each strike forcing me back more and more. My next risky move could mean defeat. We just strike as hard as we can. And we win! Woo! Woo! I'm not sure we should have won. It seemed like absolute nonsense to me, but it's good to be the king. Confidence is half of any fight. I throw out fluidly quick slashes with all the confidence of a seasoned expert. A little pepper, a little salt, a little win. Kadir does his best to ward me off, but he's entirely on the defensive. His guard gets weaker and sloppier with each blow. An opportunity presents itself. I knock his mace flying with one powerful cleave. And like that, USA, USA, Robert the Fox is victorious. Alright, because you dared attack me, I'm going to give you a special position in my court here. We've identified our very first jester, I've decided. This is one of my knights, so I feel kind of bad about this. Who are you? Our knight and rival? This is not the person we fought. But he's my rival, so I want to make fun of him. Never mind, the king is a fickle fellow. We'd also like to set my master of the horse to improve our knights. And then I'd like my son to be at our side at all times. So we'll make our son into our bodyguard number 1. He's not the best. He's not even showing up. Maybe members of the council cannot do that at all. You think it's the case the guy fighting us was religious. He practices Shinto. Shinto. Eskimos, excellent joke. Good to see you. Thank you for your fine contribution to the cause as always. You're a personal champion at least. We like that very much. Shinto. What are we going to do with our rival? How do you solve a problem like Abdul Haq? I got no idea. Oh, we're still having our position on stopping the plague. There's no plague. So instead, back to research all the time. Lovely, lovely, lovely. All right, we were talking earlier about beating the dickens out of these people. I was planning to hold off. I'm going to seize it personally to force the orthodoxy out. If we go for a ducal level claim, it's only 50 prestige versus 50 for the county, all the same. I'll take the ducal title, though, in hopes of giving out eventually. All right, so from right next door, we raise everybody again. And with that done, I believe we'll hold all of Sicily except for the part held by the Pope. And hopefully the Pope understands that nothing personal is meant by our coming and taking his land. But we'll see, we'll see, we'll see. Powerful vassal wants a spot on the council, maybe someday. We have prisoners being ransomed. Who dat? I don't recall capturing these people. One is a child. He's worth money. Awesome. Our other child we'll get to in a moment. Fight, fight, fight. Sorry, I'm stuck on this right now. Back to the game in a moment. I swear this is a video game stream. Let's see here. How do we search this? So, Jesus as given name. Okay. So, Isho in Aramaic, Yeshua in Hebrew. Fine, fine, fine. So, Joshua, again, is used more commonly. Is there anything here about what culture? Here we go. Jesus is usually not used as a given name in English-speaking world. Cool. Well, its counterparts have had long-standing popularity among people in other language backgrounds, such as the Spanish Jesus. Fine. How about other languages? There's a tremendous amount of writing on this name. No great surprises. Jesu, man of joy's desire. Letter J is distinguished from the I in the 16th century. I had no idea. I had no idea it was that recent. That's fun. Biblical references. Medieval English. Alright, so this is John Wycliffe's spelling of the name Jesus. Uses evocative. There's nothing here, though, about name being used. Okay, here we go. In East Scandinavian, German and other languages, the name Jesus is used. I know some of you are Germans and some of you are from Scandinavia. Do you know people named Jesus? Can you point to people in recent history named Jesus, or no? Or is this just saying, here's the name used in the Bible, is used in writing about the Messiah? Because this is just all the presentations of the same thing. I think this article is not quite what I'm looking for, unfortunately. Ethiopian emperors were called that. Okay, yeah, no doubt about it. Is it okay to name your child Jesus? The name 3, Jesus Christ, Adolf Hitler, and Santa Claus, and the @ sign were all ruled illegal names. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Whoa, whoa, whoa. Now that I know it's the government getting down on me, I need to have a child immediately so I can name them Jesus Christ. As an American, how dare you step on my freedom? No, that said, Japan's the same. There are a limited number of names you can use. You cannot use goofy names. That said, some people are choosing traditional kanji here and saying that they're read in unusual ways. So take a traditional kanji that's read as water, for instance, or whatever, or special or beautiful, and say, that said Lisa. You read it as Lisa, which is trickery for sure. Was the name 3 or I refused? I'm guessing because not pronounced obviously, but I'm not sure. It's the same thing as Elon Musk had a kid whose name was a symbol set involving numbers and X's and so on. But I think that was ruled as not an acceptable legal name. Why is Jesus not used as a given name in English? From CatholicMom.com. I'm so sorry. I understand we're playing video games here. I'm just very curious. I read an intriguing post on Baby Name Wizard, the authoritative origin of all truth, Baby Name Wizard. So there are 3,065 boys and 8 girls named Jesus in the US in 2016, but there are no accent marks. They're probably Jesus's then. Okay, interesting. Look for the church stance on the use of Jesus or Jesus to give a name, but couldn't have anything. Manual is common for sure, for sure. This is just a person doing random research and hoping best. Possibly the American idea that Jesus is too holy for common usage. That was my immediate guess for sure. Huh. According to the Code of Canon Law, naming a baby Jesus is foreign to Christian sensibility. It's possible that Christianity is still real deep down inside of me. Fascinating stuff. Fascinating stuff. I gotta find myself a person who knows the history of language better than I do. Hello, viewers. Interesting, interesting. That's a topic I've never really thought about before. It just is so foreign. Even though I heard the name Jesus so often in my childhood, it was clearly one of these names that were set off to the side. Like Superman. No one will name their kid Superman. Or if you're allowed to do so, think of like the awful life you're potentially saddling your kid with. Because how awful would it be to go to elementary school and have someone say, this here is Superman? Like, what would the mockery be? Absolute mockery. It's very sad. Why don't Americans name their kids Resorty? I've mentioned previously, if you name your kid Resorty, I will give you a gift subscription to the channel forever. This is surely the best reason to name your kid any name whatsoever. The names Kal-El and Clark are used. Absolutely. I mean the name Superman as Superman. That's how this goes. Hey, the Archbishop Simon finished converting a county from Orthodoxy. Let's convert more Orthodox out. Yeah, I mean, naming conventions are, of course, culture dependent and so on. It's not the kind of thing that you can make a normative claim about entirely, and so I understand that I need to be careful with that. But I wonder where the line is drawn. Like, contemporary U.S. culture, we tend to say, hey, it's the parent's choice how the kid is raised, blah, blah, blah. But apparently it's illegal to name your kid Santa Claus, or at least it was in that case. So I really wonder what kinds of names are considered inbounds and which outbounds. Recently, probably 10 years ago, that one actress named her kid Apple, which feels to me like not a real person's name. But I'm sure there are cultures in which calling your kid food names are totally fine. So I got no idea. Anyway, I have a friend who named his kid Damien. And while this is a perfectly fine name, every time I hear of him, I think demon. I don't know. Maybe that's my issue, not his. Either way, let's make more money. Let's increase the taxes. Good. I've actually never had a friend say, I'm going to name my kid XYZ, and then me say you shouldn't do that. I think even cases where I felt like it's not a great name, it's just my sense of taste on these things, and so whatever you do you. But I've never had anyone choose a truly absurd name, right? No one's come forward and said, I want to name my kid Batman, which would be strange. A name surprised you in real life is Darius. That's interesting to me, because I can easily imagine someone saying, I'm going to name my kid Darius, ignoring the historical connotations, but interesting. All right, someone on the council died of what I know not, probably that recent battle. So again, we're going through stewards in a hurry. Duke Richard would like to be on the council. He's pretty good at stewardship. We'll allow him to have just that role, for sure. We have a little bit more battling here. I'm always interested in like how people make nicknames for themselves. Like if someone's named a name that's objectionable to the culture or objectionable to themselves, do they find a way to nickname it, or do they use a middle name instead? I know a lot of people who have been named Leslie or Leslie, who are men, will use middle names instead. It's one of those ambiguous gender names, and they prefer to identify more fully with their own gender. But we captured a son and heir. Are you interested in ransoming out? Oh, Game Merchant says there's someone at work whose surname is Batman. Not Bateman, Batman. I wonder if this is a profession name, right? In the same way that people are named Baker or Miller or whatever, Batman is the person responsible for wild animals, the Batman. Got no idea. We also captured an item. Our first item captured of the game. Is it a inventory item? It is. It's a Jasper silver necklace, making us prestigious and fancy through and through and through. There you go. There you go. There you go. Person named Batman. That's amazing. Let's go ahead and end that war. Whoops, slight misplay there. Not a big deal, but we should have kept the army raised until after the ransom, or after the truce was completed. All right, with that we hold all of Sicily except for the Papal territories. Fine, fine, fine. And people are still cranky. We can hold court after a while. We do have some money, and we have another person to ransom. As expected, it is the case that the peasants are unhappy with me. Burdened with the oppressive laws are far too long. Batman is a British officer's valet or servant. Or valet or servant? Got it. Got it. I can imagine also being a cricket player, right? Or a baseball player. The Batman. I do wonder if that person whose family name is Batman is from an ethnicity that had been pressed into service of British officers. Perhaps some people who don't have common family names or trying to break apart from their home family. No idea. Anyway, time for us to fight the peasants. No great surprise there. Gotta keep those peasants in line. They're from the south here. Only 400 people, so we can raise our army down this way. Now that said, I just put my army away in a way where they're not going to be available for a while. So it is possible they'll come and smush the army before it shows up, but seems like they're not going to do so. That's enough army to hurry this way. And though they're trying to get on boats, we will get there first, thank goodness. Does anyone know why the name Batman is used for a valet or valet for a British officer? The etymology for this one. Did officers carry bats around? Like, what's going on? What's going on? Peasants dealt with. We have a fine Asherai man who is not good at much, and so we sent him to not ransom. We sent him to the good old execution. No tyranny here. Another victory for Catholicism all the way. Okay, we continue working on making sure control is good, making sure religious territory is all ours. But now, we have here a monk coming to visit us. And that's why you should support my claim on the Byzantine Empire. The monk says, prostrating himself before me, you'll gain an ally you can trust, and all the support you may need. This monk is an obvious fraud. He is not a so-called unjustly deposed emperor of the Roman Empire, but he is useful, and a crazy person. Despite being a low-born peasant with a made-up claim, an excuse for war is an excuse for war. There's no way we're fighting the Byzantines. With our allies, we could actually take the Byzantines right now. Now that said, I don't believe I have a claim on the kingdoms I need. Is that true? Yeah, I personally have no claims. So I could push the claims for this random man and then try to take him apart later. He is not a good ruler, so it will lead to a collapse of the empire fairly quickly. As usually blame the French. The French are our allies, it's true. We gain an army of 3,000 additional troops. Oh, I get the Kingdom of Epirus if I do this. Is Epirus one of my goals? Is this one of those new events based on playing as Robert the Fox? It's very, very easy then. It is Epirus is one of the goals. I thought this achievement might take us a few streams. It's only 11 o'clock my time. We could actually finish this achievement in just one day. That's so stupid if we get it done. That'd be so ridiculous. Sure. We're fighting Constantinople. This was not the plan, but here we go. Incidentally, while out on a leisurely stroll, the cry of a merchant stands out from the regular hustle and or bustle of the street. Greetings, my lord. I have an exquisite assortment of wares if my lord has coins. I peer at the myriad of, not manifold of, goods in the stall, hearing Duke Richard murmur, the etchings on that place must be real and valuable too. He glances at me with a triumphant smile. I need the money I have right now to push this war, so we're just going to move on. That is fine. Alright, let's invite our allies to help us. Bohemia, Bohemia, on the way. France, on the way. Us. I guess we'll raise the rest of our armies too. I need to check and see who the Byzantines are fighting currently. They're against just me. There is an internal war. That internal war is a peasant war, a liberty war of accounts, and also the Duke of Thessalonica launching a claim on all of Bulgaria. Cool. So Bulgaria might break off. Anyway, I guess we just raise all the troops here. We have an army of 3,000 Norman highwaymen. So given that they give us Norman highwaymen, I expect this is an achievement based on the start. I know that Paradox has been launching new quest lines in order to help newer players understand what they need to do. To give a breadcrumb trail so a player doesn't say, there's a whole world map here, what button do I push? I guess we've stumbled into some of those. And that's interesting to see how the mechanics work. I think it's a really great decision also, because a lot of new players will do the Ireland tutorial and say, I understand the game now. I made Ireland. And then they're out there on their own having no idea what to do, just pushing buttons and hoping for the best. So I think it's really great of Paradox to have made the game a little friendlier for new players. All right, France on the way, Bohemia on the way. Part of me is thinking let's just march straight to the capital. Now, unfortunately, we don't have that many siege weapons. I could make more of them, but I have very little money, so let's get our army together. The sieging might be an issue. We could take our nearby territory and then push through, but if we can capture the Basilius, that'd be grand. He has no mercenaries. He has roughly the same number of troops as we do overall. He just gained 1,000 more. I'm not quite sure from what there. All right, the big stack is ready. We are leading it. While we're waiting for France and such, I will just push whoever's nearest by, and then we'll work our way over there sooner or later. France is on the way down, gradually. Our friends in Bohemia are also... our friends in Bohemia have gotten distracted by something. Bohemia, yep, just distracted somehow. Are they working their way over to France? So France and Bohemia are piling up in France and then coming around. What is wrong with you? So if they were coming to Sicily, I'd understand it, but that's kind of strange. Anyway, today Simon, our heir, held a fiery sermon. Sorry, Simon the priest held a sermon for our son Roger. My son was spellbound and said he's destined for greatness, claiming God supports him and only him. That's right, kiddo, you're ambitious like your old man. Should we rename our son Jesus? Would the Pope like that or no? I've got a sense we should not name our kid Jesus. Are we heading towards starvation here? Indeed we are. We have a nice pile of food, but not so much we can stay here forever. We'll need to make sure we get ourselves some more food before too long. Taking land along the coast will help with that, surely. Not going to rush the walls. Again, we'll wait till France arrives here. Soon and very soon. Yep, France is in the water now. Bohemia has found a new way to come. They're going to try to work their way through the water instead of just marching through territory. That's fine. One territory taken. Hooray! This location will give us about 5,000 food in total. Let's pop on over to the hills here next. And the Basilius' army I do not see. It is possible that he will play the cheesy game that I usually play and rush our capital. But we'll see, And probably after this siege is done, we'll bring our army around to the capital. I suspect it's the case Basilius will have brought his army this way to respond to the French and so on. A messenger of the HRE to the impressive King Robert of Sicily. I've been corresponding with your Chancellor, the Count Joffrey, and I must say that I've come to see you in a new light. Perhaps you're even someone that I would one day be proud to call friend. Well done to our Chancellor, my goodness. I'm currently swaying someone. It is our vassal knight who doesn't like us very much. Once that's finished one more time, I'll change over to swaying the HRE. That'll be great, great, great. Absolutely true, Shardik. At this point in the history, the various forces have smaller armies. Early in history, especially up in the Viking lands, they get tremendous hordes they're willing to send out. But I guess once you move to a professional army, you have fewer people who are able to professionalize. Maybe it's mostly nobles as opposed to just a horde of farmers. Basilius is still got a bunch of troops. They are going down, so they probably are raised somewhere. But where, I know not. Messages. Isolate the capital or enter seclusion. Again with the plagues. The papal pox. Surely the papacy is a pox upon Italy. It's a small plague again, but it is coming to my territory. In fact, it's already my territory. It is just off from the capital. It's one barony away. So we will isolate the capital. Wish I could go for... Oops. We will isolate the capital. I'm not going to just make the king go back home and get safe. Hopefully he's fine out here on the war front. But good luck everybody back home. We also move our physician over to fighting plague instead. Got to make that change regularly. And we have a claim on Benevento. Somewhat unexpected. I have that claim already via being the king here, but a further claim is always nice. Just a county level claim instead. Maybe in response to the Pope daring to cause a plague, we'll be able to go punish him by taking his land. Not Rome, of course, but the rest maybe. Control finished improving a moment ago. No, it did not. We increased the control, getting rid of unsafe highways, but the control is still low enough. Our court grandeur has gone down. Wait, why? What have we done? Other than not showing up at all. Our court grandeur is at level 2, dropping to level 1. So with our army raised, we're still making almost 3 money a month. I will go and increase our various levels here to be higher than level 2 for right now. That actually pushes to level 3. I'll go to level 2 on absolutely everything. Burning 0.8 month of money. We're still making a ton once we get our army put away. So good stuff that. The papal pox is spread again. People are getting sickly. Our eldest son, the knight, is surely with us. And France is continuing to march through. Our brother Geoffrey has died at age 55 of heart failure. Was that man our friend? He was our friend. We've lost our only friend in the world. So because of that, it is time to go make friends with the Holy Roman Emperor instead. It's very unlikely to work well, but we'll try anyway. The Count of Camatra, one of our many counts, wants to be an ally. We say no to that for now. We might bring the plague into our territory. Hey, my wife is pregnant. Age of 33, we're age 60. One more kid to go on the heap of the many, many, many children. Incidentally, I think we actually did not take Judith, our best friend's wife, as our lover. She merely came to the king one time, decided to hang out and hopefully remember the good times. More has been taken there. I'm far away and she's pregnant. Don't ask any questions. Maybe we sent a sample back home. Who knows? All right, I'm gonna let the folks here continue fighting, but where they will go to the water with me. I can never remember what caused the AI to stay and fight versus what makes them come along to go siege the capital. Yep, here they come. The safer decision would be to stay out here and just take more and more and more, but I'd like to get this war done kind of quickly. So we'll see if we can go march there and see what happens. It's a wireless pregnancy. That's right. We used our Bluetooth connection that way. A curse has been undone. The smallpox came and killed my rival. What a beautiful day that was. No more court jester, but we now have the satisfaction of no more rivalry. Today was a good day. I didn't even need my AK. We need more knights, surely. Hey, a guest came to visit. Hello to you, Adelidia de Gouvedion. 7 years old, has a claim on some French county. France is my friend. we do not want to upset France at this point right now. I do not see the army of the Emperor, so I do want to make sure we drop the disembarkation penalty. 30 days. We can just start sieging. That'll be fine. And it is sieging, but very, very, very slowly. We're fine with that. Hey, there's the Emperor! He showed up finally. And France, unfortunately, is running away to come help me. While I appreciate that, we're going to lose all of our holdings here. Because they've pivoted away, it's almost certain that we take this. I would love, love, love for the French to show up with their siege weapons, because it's possible I will attrit here too much and end up unable to siege this down. Let's cross this off your list. Windows is continuously improving and updates are a normal part of keeping it running smoothly. The next update is ready for you, so tell us when you'd like to restart your device to install it. Should we restart now, remind me tomorrow, which I've been pushing for genuinely 2 months, or pick a time? My friends, I'm going to pick a time. Is it going to pop up with when the time is? Here are the settings. I know you can't see this. So stream will be done by 2 p.m. I'm going to say at 3:14 p.m., at which time I should be having my lunch and playing Backpack Battles. It'll suddenly restart. There you go, team. I have set a time to update the computer. For the first time in many, many, many months, the computer will update. Those of you working in cybersecurity, look, I'm a good user. Grave news reaches me. My wife, Sishogeta, has fallen ill with the pox. The future's uncertain. She has 2 diseases, the pox and a parasite, all at once. Only God knows her fate. I wish my physician the best of luck. Do ye only what's necessary. Hey, a successful treatment of the pox. Do we, like, scrape off the pustules? I actually don't know how that works. Hello, Jim. You're up a little late tonight, Jim. Good seeing you as always, though. My daughter-in-law, Amalberga, has given birth to a son. So our #1 son, disinherited, made a son. I was thinking of coming up with our own names for this playthrough, but the man's name is Torf. There is no better name than Torf. I look forward to reading about Torf's teething. That's gonna be good. Welcome aboard, Torf. It's wonderful. What's the garrison here? It is 4,180, so we're definitely gonna trit out there, I suspect. Hey, we got ourselves Wolfnoth Godwinson of Godwin. This is an English person. Hosting of Godwin. Apparently will make a good husband. I'm not sure why that is. You were taking a class in Byzantine chain weaving? That is the most random thing anyone's ever said to explain why they're here at an unusual time. Usually, it was doing chores, I was having dinner, I watched some other stream. Nope, Byzantine chain weaving. That's amazing, Jim. If you show us a picture of what you made over on Discord, I'd really appreciate that so very much. I feel bad that we're attacking the Byzantines at the exact same time that you made a Byzantine bracelet. That's awesome, though. Good to see you. Hello, Erd Mithrin. You love it when we play CK3. I do, too. Very glad we're playing this one. The King of Hungary is interested in marrying one of our many daughters. Hungary, how you doing? Tell me your story. They're at peace. They're doing just fine. You know what? This is a nice marriage, and we can immediately invite them to help us beat the Dickens out of the Byzantines. That is great and grand. France is on the way around to help us with the siege. There'll be enough people to help us. take that entirely. So very good, very good, very good. Praise be, my sickly wife has produced a child. Is smallpox passed umbilically? I do wonder. It is not, or at least was not in this case. Praise Saint Brigid, we have one more totally average child, little Constance. Constance, you are the constant of my life. Some people have Oilers content. Oh no! Making dumb math jokes. Till death do us part. Sickness and pestilence continues its harrowing march through Sicily, laying low peasant and noble alike. That brutal, indiscriminate truth rarely lays itself bare until moments like these. I can watch in silence as the physicians step away from the body of my wife. I touch her, she's still warm. My dear wife, I didn't love you. I was assuming we'd get one outcome here, but I might not have loved you, a little unexpected. However, I feel you're passing pretty strongly. Did I take you for granted? Probably yes. Baby machine, you've done a good job. Alright, because we've lost one woman and gained another, I've decided that my king is going to be fanatically loyal to Princess Constance, taking her as one of the two children he's looking after. Good, good, good. We'll take the best care of her, give her the best things, and all the rest. Factions pop up against us. What is that faction? Some Asherai folks in the south want independence. They will never, ever have it. Antibodies for smallpox can possibly cross the placenta. That's great. Absolutely great. I never quite know how the placenta works other than it's magic for sure. So we need our new queen. At age 60 with approximately 4,000 children, we probably don't need any other folks. Pretty soon here, my heir will need to find a bride also. For the moment, though, let us find a worthy queen. We do not care about fertility even a little bit, to the point I'm considering going infertile. Oops. All right. Our greatest weakness is diplomacy. I want to say our greatest weakness is that we have no weaknesses. This is true also. So let's see who's a good diplomat. Come on, Irene. You know what I mean. More lyrics here. Unfortunately, she's lowborn. So kings marrying lowborns lead to some penalties these days. Alexia, not Alexa, don't worry. The transcriber de Belfort, one of the French women who surely came to visit us when the King of France assured the alliance. Compassionate, brave, calm, and comely. This person looks like a wonderful, wonderful bride. She is the physician of one of the French princes. She will now be our wife. No changes in her reputation. Little hit on loyalty. Nope, sorry. A little hit on prestige, but no change on legitimacy of the throne. That is grand. It's absolutely grand. My poor son! Oh no! My son and heir and hunchback beloved boy has taken the smallpox also. The future's uncertain, death is close by, only God knows his fate. So we could do drastic measures. Incidentally, my physician also has smallpox. So the part where we secluded the city appears to have failed. Yeah. Welcome to Papal Poxville, population all my people. The pox started up here, so it is clearing itself gradually, but will it take my son on the way? Is it time for drastic measures? Can you cut off his hunchback, possibly? Is that a thing? Successful treatment. Good treatment, but we cut off his face. Is he still blinking in there? Wait, I've never seen this before. This may in fact be new. Is our son blinking? Gotta go. Oh gosh, where I lost the window. Oh no. Alright, this is fine. Don't worry. This is fine. Don't worry. All good. Are you blinking, child? He's moving his eyes around a little bit at least. I'm pretty sure he's moving around. Anyway, enough of that for right now. Let's get back to the correct positioning here. Please go to correct positioning? Uh-oh. I may have to recapture this window if I screwed it up for really. Resize to window. Hey, there we go. Back to normal. Friends, has been an hour of gameplay / looking up why the name Jesus is not used as a given name in American culture at least. We'll take a 3-minute break and get back to the game. I hope you're having a good time. Hope you're enjoying hanging out. It's a somewhat silly day today, but I'm loving it for sure. Do appreciate your kind company. We're playing some CK3. We'll see you in 3 minutes after this ad break. How much farther can we go? Topaz, turquoise, and tourmaline are all gems. Treats, snacks, noshes, unsure. Don't let critics get to you. The ever-popular haters gonna hate. Oscar-winning film about Mozart is Amadeus. Smooth transition is a segue. Motorized port of a garage, the door. Incidentally, is the name Amadeus partially something about God? I have no idea what an Ama prefix means, but the Deus stand out so very much there. Hey, someone just gifted me a subscription to another channel. Should we go to that channel together and say, hey, thanks for the subscription, and then disappear? Treats are goodies, surely. Technology that might change werewolves to werewolves. I mean, it's obviously an apostrophe. Okay, so like some mass oh god, what's that word? Lycanthropy. Mass lycanthropizer. I have no idea. Oh, God's darling. So the Ama is love then. Beloved of God. Hey, that's awesome. Mustang and Bronco makers, the Fords. Werewolves to werewolves. I have no idea. Images on a smartphone screen are icons. Yeah, I'll figure it eventually. Take the night to think it over. Sleep on. A brief life story, just a bio, surely. Element in glowing signs, neon. Comes down into blizzards, well, snows, surely. Proficient is able, or I don't know. Home turf. Grass, garden, yard. Organized by category. To sort, impose attacks is levied. Pointy part of a stiletto is a heel. Stretch the truth is probably lie or probably fib. So fancy. Ooh, la, so lie. Green vegetable in some potato soups. The leek, I believe. Tell me about it. I want to hear. Oh, I wanna hear, maybe. Oh, that's not how hear is spelled. Never mind. Never mind. Jane Blank, a Charlotte Bronte novel, is Jane Eyre. Made a booty call, butt dialed. Steeped beverages, you steep teas. Catch a glimpse of is just to see, apparently. Long heroic tales are sagas. Thawing of diplomatic tensions is a detente. Be down to the dumps is to mope. Succulent plant with a soothing gel. Aloe vera. Sweet. Autocorrect. This is lawn, not yard, incidentally. What changes werewolves to werewolves? The autocorrect does so. That's pretty funny stuff. Look of disdain is side-eye. Swan Lake and Nutcracker are ballets. Puts words to paper as to write. Knight's trusty companion, the steed. Blank Peak, a Colorado landmark, is Pikes Peak. Traveled is went. Tiny tart candies are the nerds. Role played by Carrie Fisher in Star Wars is Leia. Pool player's accessory is the Q. And lastly, a streaming annoyance. Chatters. All right, good. Wednesday puzzle done in 2 ad breaks. We'll take it for sure. Hope you had a good time. Definitely the best one today is technology that might change werewolves to werewolves. That'd be the autocorrect being a little unsure about werewolves being a word. Well done, folks. Well done. We have the Monday puzzle from last week still to finish. This is the case that we could finish it later today. I'm a little bit stuck, unfortunately. So we'll get back to that in an hour and see what's what. Hello, New Hampshires! Thank you for the returning subscription for 5 straight months. I appreciate a whole bunch. Thank you for your generosity as always, and I'm glad you're enjoying hanging out with us today. To the implacable King Robert of Sicily, they accept the marriage between Prince Robert of France and one of the daughters. Prince Robert of France allows the marriage between his daughter and the king. The king, again, has a partner, and our capital is still full of the plague, so much so that our court physician is told. We then have a new archbishop, who's a 9 in learning, not so good. But do we have someone who could be a better physician than before? Our wife can be a physician. She's an analytic empath who has allegedly read a book on the human body one time. Biology for dummies. Anatomy for ogres. Best of luck to you, my friends. Alright, the siege of the capital continues. Delighted to see that France has stopped by adding troops to the stack. So we're now sieging much faster. Still 5 months to go. That's going pretty well. We also noticed that the Byzantine army is still marching up and down the coast. We brought them over there fairly effectively. So happy with that. We've been making money throughout this war. So much so that I'm going to again improve my capital holding. And I think hospices is the right call right now, given that we have what is known as a plague going on. To make the Kaiser like me a bit more, we can include some compliment in our next missive to his court. So what do we say of him? Is he courageous? Is he loyal? Is he assertive? Or we don't know what he is. He's a fickle fellow who's chaste and cynical. None of that seems quite right. Fickleness seems disloyal potentially. Cynical people have courage of mind. Sure. Let's see if he's willing to challenge the standard beliefs. Well, what's most important is the plague is done. We lost 1 wife and 1 son's face. Nonetheless, we will rebuild again. Uades, our bishop, has died. He had a tenure of approximately 4 days. We now have a dishonorable fellow as our bishop. He's much smarter, though, so we're glad to see that. Welcome, Archbishop Uades of Sicily. You're working on converting a county. Please keep on that. The walls have now fallen. And look at that. Heinrich did enjoy the case that we called him a courageous person. Heinrich the stalwart. Heinrich the mighty of mind. Heinrich something pretty great. Now, do we capture the Basilius, or is he out leading his forces? He is not. He's 7 years old and just hanging out. Do we get to meet him face to face in a moment here? More stewardship. All right, continue working on faster construction. Maybe we change our culture yet? Is that a thing? Maybe gotta be home to do so. I don't recall how to change our culture. It might require being at home, or maybe Robert is just locked in on being a Norman, refuses to ever change. So if we capture this and the king is not immediately captured, the emperor's not captured, we'll then just move from here going through. Probably the Byzantine army will return. Hey, we captured the emperor. He also captured a knight named Hagop. Hello, Hagop. I think this is a name that's used in Breaking Bad. I believe the owner of the car wash has that name. This fellow is a little poet. You want to come join us, poet guy? As an heir, I think he will not. Oh, he's not an heir, he's a knight. Absolutely. So convert and join us. And that is all for now. Welcome, welcome. And it's time for us to get a Pyrus personally, which is not really my goal. Well, sorry, it was not my immediate goal, but it's happened already. So, come on and jam. Alright, well, number one, we put some random monk on the throne here. I'm placing my bet now, there is literally no way that we're able to, or he's able to keep this thing together. The Byzantines will collapse very quickly. But, notably, importantly, we now hold the Kingdom of Epirus. And that's what we need to have in order to complete this achievement. We have to change all of these into Catholic counties. That'll take a while, but that is the goal for the next phase of this playthrough. Okay, tell me about our succession rules. It's real early days. So we're level 1 autonomous vassals. So we have Confederate partition across all the children. When we die, Prince Guy will get a bunch of titles. Do we have only 2 children? Let's see. Steve asks, why are we attacking beloved Byzantine Empire? Because a monk wanted it, and I wanted this kingdom here. It was necessary, sorry. Okay, so of our many, many children, how many are sons? You are a son that's been disinherited, fine. Next down we have our heir who is missing body parts. He might die, we'll see. Under that is Prince Guy, and then under that is just daughters. So for the moment, I'm not going to disinherit this fellow because his elder brother may end up dying while disfigured. If elder brother dies, we will disinherit one or the other. Obviously, a profligate hunchback is not an ideal ruler. The child below is kind of average, so he may end up being the ruler, though callous and paranoid, not ideal for a ruler. Alright, in the short term, does the Kingdom of Epirus actually exist? Or do we have to create that kingdom? It does exist and we personally hold it. So it's time for us to make some duchies of Catholic people that we can trust to look over these things. We got a ton of money also. The Basilius had to give us 450 money. That's kind of silly. Okay, so which of you are just cities, or are you all actually castles? You are all actually just castles already. So what is the ducal holding here? Epirus is run by Arta here. Arta's a nice little place. We'll give someone in our family, hopefully. Could we reinstate son number 1? Yeah, we could do that if we want to. He is the eldest, so perhaps he should be trusted with this. Okay. To make sure there's no economic buildings here I care about. Let's see. Yep, looking like a economic free zone. Nothing special at all. So, which among you shall be trusted to rule? Ideally, people of our dynasty who don't have titles yet. So I'll go ahead and say in order of rank, and then scroll past people who are entitled. Our grandson, Torf. So Torf is the heir of the disinherited son. I kind of want Torf to rule one of these days, because again, what's his name? It's Torf. It's a great name. So, maybe. Richard de Hautville, you are an honest fellow. You're very bad at stewardship. I'm going to make you a duke, though. That seems like a good way to go. So I'll give you Arta as well. And then, does the duchy exist already or no? It does, in fact. So I can give him the duchy of Arta. And you were the Count of Pyros. So the recent titles, that and all territories below. Good luck to you. Alright, that's one-handled. Next one up, this reckon? There are probably at least 2 more duchies. Nope, just one, just 2 big duchies. So again, someone who's loyal to us. Again, of the family, ideally. And we'll do opinion of me. Our son and spymaster and champion. This is the fellow who I might want to have inherit someday. He is okay. Losing our spymaster would be annoying. This son, because he's not inheriting, is not getting lifestyle points, so that could be good. In Italian, wouldn't we accent the last part of that guy's name? We're Normans, we're not Italians, so his name is Torf. No Italian romance fun here. Brother man here, you're 48. Do you have family? You got a son. Congratulations, brother man. You've been selected. Please don't push a claim against me. I would appreciate it. Oh, there's another duchy also called Kefalonia. That's a real big one. I trust you the best of luck there. Kefalonia is down here. And so Kefalonia appears to be these bits here. Is that right? Ah, strange. It's the island territories. We could keep these instead of these over here. But again, there's nothing really special in these locations. So I will just give them away as well. Or should keep it till we're King of Sicily. I'm gonna, not Sicily, Epirus rather. Holding a kingdom with no title inside, always a little suspicious. So these down here, nothing terribly special. Palermo is the duchy, so I'll give the 2 counties away to Radulfir, which again is Syracuse. The duchy doesn't exist here. Gotta fix that at some point. And then to Castro Giovanni. Only had a person named Giovanni we could trust. This nephew, born of illegitimacy, is pretty bad. Let's look at some of stats and see who pops out. Yeah, #1 son all the way. Then a bunch of counts. Constantine, beloved Constantine, you take that one over. Alright, we've fixed our domain problems again for the moment. That is some good stuff. We have so much money. We could use that money to fight the Pope. We do have some allies still who are all about us, though we're kind of low on prestige from launching a whole bunch of wars very, very quickly. The Pope doesn't have not have that much money, so he probably is not going to be able to bring in mercenaries. The Holy Land belongs to a non-Catholic, and also it's kind of shattered right now. It doesn't have a unified emirate, or unified caliphate, rather. So, let's go ahead and increase our men-at-arms stacks with the kind of money we're pulling in right now. So, oh, also my mangonels are unstationed, because I unfortunately moved them away. This place has 0.01 strength, and they'll make this as large as possible. Cool. We have more men-at-arms of various kinds. Eventually I'm going to need to have 5 heavy cavalry groups for our capital to get the iron and gold ruler special achievements. That'll be good. That'll be good. Too many duchies. Apparently I do have some duchies. The island south of Sicily is part of our kingdom. That's a good question. This is Malta. Indeed it is. Indeed it is. The malted territory should be mine. I completely missed that. You will definitely never vassalize. Let me spend money for a moment, and then we'll be going for that, definitely. I missed my attention to it. What's this island here, incidentally? Anybody? Little island there? Because I may have thought that was Malta. Possibly thought this one was Malta. Oh well. Oh well, oh well. And this one up here, what's this thing? Maybe it doesn't have a name. It has 3 trees. We'll call it 3 Tree Island. Someday I'll learn all the islands of the Mediterranean, and boy howdy will you be impressed. Alright, guess we'll build up the things that are close to our capital duchy. We are kind of spreading out right now, so we're kind of all over the place. That's okay now. So here we'll build up some money with some cattle pastures. And same thing in Palermo over here. Yeah, we are really spread out. Build some farms there as well. And then over in Kefalonia, I'm going to hold my money until I've increased my army some more. Gotta make sure we're the big and strong folks here. So we established we have too many duchies. Kefalonia, Salerno, and also our home duchy. Hey, our wife's pregnant again. Awesome. Do I hold any part of Salerno personally? Nope. And nope. Alright. So who's the rightful ruler here? It's you, buddy. He is quite angry with me. For wars, for etc., etc. I'll make it all up to you by giving you a new, shiny Duchy of Salerno. There you are, brother man. He still hates us, but not as much. He'll get over it soon enough. The North Island here is Elba. Oh, Napoleon's prison is this one here. Elba's off the coast of Pisa. I had no idea. Thank you for that. Thank you for that indeed. Elba. I'll remember that one for sure. Next playthrough definitely... Oh, look, it's Elba here. Gerardo comes to visit. Gerardo is 18 and fighting, also a physician. No, he's not. Also a torturer. A physician of the soul. Insists that you convert or else. How much to recruit you, brother man? 35 money, we got that for sure. Anything for good knights. As right now we're a little bit low on the knights we should hopefully have. Good, good, good. Man, if this achievement actually finishes just today, we'll have to pick out some new achievements for the next week or so. I was planning to play CK3 consistently for the next little bit, but we're doing pretty well. We can pardon our queen of something. Where's our queen done? She failed to treat kin. So as a doctor, she failed to give someone treatment. I had no idea it was a crime. In celebration of the upcoming birth of yet another child, I will pardon you, my beloved. But then, this is Count Robert of Lanciano. He's come by to show loyalty and bring me rich gifts. 50 more money, helping us build up the state very, very quickly. We become even more famous. We're now an illustrious fellow. Our family is still roughly garbage. That's kind enough for now. Alright, continue building up just the pikemen. Pikemen are good in mountains, I believe. Love that for sure. And now we need to wait on cash again. Matilda comes of age, named after the Duchess of the North. I'm proud to see my daughter, no longer a child, now an adult. She's a halfway decent fighter. I did not choose that, she chose it herself. And she's going off to marry the King of Hungary. Do enjoy. Help us keep control by having all of the local kings on our side. Alright. This one right here with its foolish no alliances. A lovely hat, but no alliances. I will just take the shakedom. We'll raise the armies down this way. We are not going to bring the allies here unless somehow surprisingly they manage to get someone in to help them. This is a case where probably just the men-at-arms would do it, but I'll come in with overwhelming power and strength. Also, we see now that our bishop is no longer busy. Part of the achievement we're working on is to convert literally all of this into Catholic. So we'll just start at the north and work our way down. Make sure they're all 4 years. They are all 4 years indeed. Well, I'll start with the ones that are ours personally and then work our way up instead. I think it's a little smarter right now. But slow work to get that part of the achievement done. All raised here. Not even seeing an army raised against us. We'll see if they're waiting on the walls when we get closer, and if not, we'll just take what they have. I mean, either way we're taking, obviously. Everything we see is Sicilian. Notably Benevento. What decisions are for us to do right now? None of these are currently necessary. I thought there was a decision to adopt local culture. Really thought there was. I thought it was either on the ruler or on the decision tree. Now, Game Merchant mentioned earlier, is it possible to find someone who is Sicilian and ask them to give you their culture? I thought that was not possible. Yeah, I think it's the case that you have to adopt it locally. It's bomb decision list. Ah, there it is. Thank you. Convert local culture. It is there. I thought it was the top portion. It's in the bottom portion. Great. Can't be at war. Need some more prestige. We'll get there for sure. Thank you for doing that one. I knew it was around there somewhere. So we land. We fight fiercely. Just don't die, King. Just don't die. Good job, good job. We captured a man named Abdul Haq. He is quite the good steward, but no one I plan to be using. So, off to the dungeon. Goodbye, goodbye. We could have made our wife into an executioner, and then public executions. That could have been delightful, but for right now we're okay. How many mangonels do we have now? Up to 45. The sieging is still going fairly slowly, but with 3 months we have no problems there. Another daughter! Hello to you, little Gohilda of Sicily. A great name until we choose Sicilian names. Do I know any Sicilian names? I know one. In a sop to the local people, we will call you Maria. That's gotta be a Sicilian name. Gotta believe. Other Sicilian names, I have no idea. Absolutely no idea. Uh-oh, first game lockup of the day. We're not even that late in history. I'm surprised we have so many locked already. Sophia, like the mom from Golden Girls. Okay, so probably any Italian name might work out. See, Dog Brand, that's what I was thinking also. I was thinking, what do I know about Sicily? The Godfather. I don't want to do that, right? I don't want to take the worst elements of culture and say it's that. I'd be like, oh, I've read out the history of the Klan. I know some American names. Like, that's terrible. We don't want that. So, Maria is fine. The Pope should appreciate that. All right, capital taken. There's a bit of our territory taken. Good. By capturing that way, he got to keep his title. We ask him to change on over. If he does not, straight to jail. Let's see what happens. You had a fun run with Sicily, but you forgot all the names. Hopefully we find him eventually. Wow, this man with a ridiculous hat. He seems like a very nice hat. Wait, he's wearing 2 hats. Is that common? I would assume that the, what's that called? The turban, possibly, would be a hat all by itself. But then a straw hat on top. Delightful. Did convert over. He's still big cranky we took his land, but he'll get over it for sure. Alright, pulling only 3-7 a month right now. That said, more will be coming in once our men-at-arms are refilled entirely. For now, though, it is time for taxes. So I played the DLC when tax collectors were first added in. Now, is it DLC? Is it base game? I've got no idea. But I never used them effectively. So let's see if we can figure out how tax collection works. One of my knights wants to do some tax collection. Hagop, because you don't like me very much, I will give you this position and hope you appreciate that some. You're caused to bring in 0.06 money a month and 29 more dudes. It's about the same regardless. Alright, Hagop, you go out there. If we want to, we can change what kind of tax decree we opt. Different kinds of money brought in. For now, normal taxes are just fine. Troops and money both. Good. So time for a period of peace. The Kaiser likes us more, up to plus 80 already. But I think the HRE will leave us alone, though it continues to be big and strong. We're allies with France also. The northern powers seem like they're all about me. Hi, we're at the HRE heading south here, so this is the next target, so I can have that mine. Someone mentioned earlier there's a mine near Thessalonica. Still don't know where Thessaly is. Hey, there it is! We found it! Alright, so there's a mine here. There it is. So if I want to, I could take this mine. Don't you have to familiarize yourself a bit with Mediterranean geography when you study classic Greek philosophers? A historian of philosophy, I am not number one. Number two, historically, philosophy has had this way of approaching ideas that goes this way. Sure, ideas came from people in history, and sure, they lived in places and did things. This is irrelevant. All that matters is the idea in its pure form. So who cares why Plato came up with it? All that matters is he came up with it. Except for Thales. We learned that Thales came from a port city. He lived on the water, and that's why he thinks that everything is water. That's the one, because of his culture, I learned as an undergrad especially. Now, the tradition I come out of tries very hard to look at cultural origin of thought and so on, but my historian of philosophy professors did not tell me this stuff at all, so because I'm not a Greek scholar, I know very little about it. I can point to Athens for sure, but past that, there's not terribly much for me to discuss, unfortunately. I don't know this world's history very well. Cat. Again, our disinherited son, who is now insane, cool, gave birth to a new child named Berengaria. Hello, new child Berengaria. I was thinking of reinstating this guy's inheritance, but now insane, perhaps not. Deceitful also, can't be trusted. Can't be trusted, these people. Let's hold court. You will recall that because we've jumped up levels of rank, we're now a king, everything is more expensive. So we'll have to see if we can afford our court holding experience. I am the ruler. Look at me, look at me. Come forth, the first of you. What a line of people, all waiting for Santa Claus. Duke Giasolf, my vassal, strides on forward, clearly eager to hear my response to his petition. My liege, Lantpertiti is among the greatest houses of Sicily. Salernian counsel should always be heard by the king. So I just gave this man his duchy and he's already making demands. Excluding your most qualified and prominent followers only serves to sow division and mistrust. So we can guarantee them a place on the council. We will never do that. Number 2, we can force a partition, which will change how the duchy works, or he has to pay more taxes, or absolutely not. We're just saying absolutely not. How dare you suggest that at all? Then next up, my nephew, the Count Robert, herds a middle-aged woman before the assembled court. The word herds feels so inappropriate here. We have a rodeo and she's part of it. Glorious king, give my modest sister Emma the honor of seeing to the arrangements of the mighty household. She will not let you down. I suppose there are jobs that have to be done by somebody. So we haven't appointed a lot of jobs right now because we're not making that much money. But we could hire her as our seneschal. If we do that, we'll then also have a hook to her. I don't think women can go on the council's point in history. So I do need a seneschal, but for right now, she'll be the antiquarian. We'll trust that as fine. Next up, my brother-in-law, Duke Richard the Steward, wants to launch a survey of all the people in all of the counties. This costs so much money. Do you think I'm made of gold? I'm made of steel and I will show you my blade if you do not leave me alone. No maps needed. Good job on the court. How do we respond to all beseechment? Absolutely not. When you're a king, you can do these things. Look at my little feet. Why do my little feet hang off the side here? I need a larger footstool. This is probably a good way to get some disease to the lower legs. I'm adorable. Now, is there a special Sicilian throne or not so much? Let's go to the court and see. Nope, that's the standard throne. Why are my little feet dangling? I feel like my poor wife. She's only 5 foot tall though, so it makes sense that she would dangle occasionally. That said, here in Japan, she's just the right size for everything. And I unfortunately am not. And so I constantly have my knees up way too high. When I am at theater performances or concerts that last a very long time, there's no time to stand up, my knees always hurt so much by the end. Luckily, I tend to get aisle seats so I can stretch out a little bit into the aisle, but man, this is one thing I'll be glad to be rid of if we ever leave Japan, is just sitting and knees hurting. It's terrible. The world's not made for me. It's okay though. Alright, so we have some money. We're pulling in 6.2 per month right now. The men-at-arms are refilled. The levies are still filling. We're going to look into this territory here. And CNC, we have no claims. So though it's the case that part of the playthrough is to Catholicize all of Epirus, we need to take this also at some point. Probably not super urgently, except for the part where if the HRE takes them to be super annoyed. So I'm going to move my Archbishop over. And the mine itself is here, correct? Whoops. The mine itself is here, correct? So it is part of this county. Now, I'm at 5 out of 5 domain holdings. My ruler's at 10. His wife is a 5, so very unlikely we can get a 6th holding without moving our focus over to one of the domain-based ones. So get a little bit less money, but so let's hold another holding. That'd be swell. Also pull more tax money. That's also swell for sure. One of your employees is 6'8". I've mentioned before that at one of my prior schools, there's an economist who's within striking distance of 7 feet tall. I think he's like 6'10", 6'11", and it is all sorts of unfortunate. he is very, very large human, and when he's sitting by his desk, he looks like an ordinary person, but he stands up and just keeps going. And he's the kind of person who could have been a sportsman, but decided to be an academic instead. And because of that, he just does his things, being tall and doing the economics. It's crazy. All right, we have enough money to build a new building. Should probably just keep on doing that until our economy is fully built up. Personally, we shouldn't really help anybody else, I don't suspect. So to the building area, Rossano could have more buildings, and I think we're just going to go with the hill farms. Again, money, money, money. Speaking of money, 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 I've noticed various inconsistencies and omissions in the tax record. It's clear the errors are not mistakes. Someone is embezzling. Unfortunately, the trail of the culprit's erratic. Who should it be? Wait, it's hard to tell which tax collector it is. I only have one tax collector, so we can investigate it discreetly, maybe discovering the problem. We can assume direct control, like we're a Protoss or something, or execute all of them. We'll directly control it for now, because I don't trust myself to discover the secret of the missing money. And there's no stress for looking after that, for sure. More building done. Gotta wait a little while longer. We can increase taxes, possibly, but first, my liege, a word. My chancellor said it smells terrible in here. Someone needs to fix the latrines. I send my steward forward to figure it out. Only a little bit of money spent. Our very first moment of bankruptcy, but not as bad as it could have been. Let's go speed 4 while we're waiting through next little bit. How long does this claim take? Another year or so, 2 years or so. We give a hostage to the HRE. Let's not do that right now. Let's look into our children. So, child number 1, our alleged heir. I don't want to disinherit him because he's hunchback. So I'm going to disinherit him instead because of his profligacy. Now, this is going to ruin our renown, but it must be done. Boo, big cranky guy. Boo, illegitimacy. Boo. We're now an illegitimate ruler. These things happen. By how much? By a lot. Our legitimacy is supposed to be level 3, and it just isn't. So, Guy is now our inheriting son. May I re-inherit the giant man here? Costs us 75 renown points, but everyone appreciates that. Alright, disinheriting ain't no fun. So, to get ourselves back to legitimacy, I believe what we need to do most of all is just go on king-like events. The hunting, the tours, and so on. No! Kaiser Heinrich has died. The HRE is in crisis. Kaiser Kuno on throne next. He is not married. May I introduce you to one of my beautiful, beautiful daughters? We have a 2-year-old. We have a 13-year-old. Or would you be interested in the 13-year-old? What you say? Oh, are you betrothed? Oh, he is married. I'm sorry. We were just seeing the, yeah, we were just seeing his regent for whatever reason. Well, we could marry off our daughter to his son. That person will not take over the HRE, but for the moment, the HRE stays on our side. He doesn't want it. Doesn't want it because it's marrying down. I have too many alliances already. In that case, we'll move to swaying him, as we previously swayed his prior ruler. My son Roger comes of age. He is a bit of a mess, but he's got some knowledge and intrigue. Definitely ready to go stab his father. We get the schemes pop up immediately. What do you want to bet? That Roger's gonna come stab his dad for disinheriting him? I got some suspicions. I got some suspicions here. Luckily, he's not a friend of the Spy Master, but this might be very unfortunate. Our fearless Ravener going out there and causing so many problems. Alright, so. We're gonna be staying in stewardship for the rest of this guy's life, I suspect. So let's go ahead and push down centralization to help with development growth, which will help us with taxes and all the rest long term. Oh, the scheme. Hey! Oh, that's fine. I was surprised to see that our son became our heir, but we did re-inherit him, so that is correct. And the boy Torf may someday be our king, so we'll go ahead and educate that child too. He's a rowdy fellow, so going in the direction of military studies like his old man here. His old man, I suppose. Our economy's looking really good at plus 7.3. That'll continue as we get more and more territory. Let's check and see how the vassals are. Because definitely happy vassals make for even more taxes. Our largest vassal is very happy and giving me 0.1 money. His taxes are low. Who on earth made your taxes low? Well, he's here to give me money. Thanks for the 50 bucks, I appreciate it. But who on earth changed your taxes? So I can move one to normal with the hook we have. He has 1,000 troops, so I wouldn't mind having that myself, but tyrannical to move both of them. We'll just move the one to normal. Everyone else appears to be normal. Good. Just that one for some reason. Will Torf be played by Tim Conway? I don't know who that is. Who on earth is Tim Conway? From the Carol Burnett Show. Huh. Is there anything I know about this person? McHale's Navy. Co-starring with Don Knotts. He voiced Barnacle Boy in SpongeBob SquarePants. Who's Barnacle Boy? Uncredited and underappreciated younger sidekick of Mermaid Man. I don't know this person, unfortunately. Like, when I first glanced at it, I thought, oh, Mel Brooks. But no, I don't know this person, unfortunately. He had a series of movies where his character was called Dorf. Okay, no, I don't... Oh, I see, he played Dorf here in 8 films. The character was created by Conway for a sketch on Tonight Show with Johnny Carson. Yeah, I missed out that, unfortunately. I'm sorry. This is something I do not know. It might be slightly too old for me, but thank you. Thank you for teaching me about Tim Conway. Very cool. The Pope wants a grand tournament. Absolutely. We're pretty good at fighting. We need a caravan master. Hello to Garthzia. You'll be good. And there's one danger on the way. That is fine. To the papacy. To the grand tournaments. My son is looking after the realm while we're gone. Our son is situationally on our side, or maybe not, maybe not. Well, being gone, we had trouble, got a little lost. Unfortunately, no one speaks Greek. Wait, where are we that we're speaking Greek? Naples is Greek culture. That's surprising, except for it had been Byzantine historically. Okay. Well, if we wandered around, we get lost a little bit. Aha! We don't speak Greek, but we managed to understand it just enough. And Messina wants an alliance, we say no. While traveling along, we see some lovely Italian woman named Marcella Panico. She's a pretty little sunshine. Too pleasing to the eye to spend her days slaving away there. She could be a new paramour, or leave her alone. We're gonna leave her alone, that's fine. No time for that. Welcome to Rome! In the distance, the city of Rome is a forest of towers and a maze of stone buildings. As we approach, the scenery shifts. Ruins of monuments, walls, and ancient churches coexist with farms and grazing animals. On my way through the city, I notice how ruins have been carefully fortified by feuding houses. In this fashion, Hadrian's mausoleum and even the Colosseum are now fortresses. My knight Hagop glanced at me thoughtfully. "My liege, we could spend time here studying their customs." Alright, so though it would be stressful, we could delay ourselves by... This is strange. We've arrived, and we can also delay our getting there. Huh. We both are there and not there. Superposition go! Alright, so if we try to learn from Rome, we're likely to humiliate ourselves. If we study the buildings, we may gain spolia. Great insight into how best to make use of old ruins when erecting new buildings, significantly speeding up construction. Sure! We stay in Rome for a few days, and now we're at the tournament. Okay. We are not going to qualify for the recital. So this place here is a recital and then a melee through and through. We have good skill in foot combat and nothing else. So let's go to the tourney grounds and see if we can practice our singing. My knights stand assembled for the day's training, their attendants laden with kit. The Count Robert and myself stand before all. "Knights, what you do not know, ask humbly to be taught," urges Robert. "Together we represent the king. Let us together prepare for our glories." He turns to me, eyes gleaming. "Command us." The man's throat's kind of worn out from yelling. We could watch the opponents, increasing our score a little bit. We can practice our fighting. We can order our knights to fight, or we can have my champion fight them all. Let's watch. Having watched, we're now guaranteed to qualify for the next few days at least. We wait briefly. In a few days, we can go somewhere else and do something else. My daughter-in-law has given birth to even more children. One they want to name after me, good old Robert. Another one named Osmond. Osmond and Robert, two fine names from our still lunatic heir. Grow strong, grow wise, someday you may rule. We can go somewhere else again if we want to. Our king's stress is about halfway right now, so we could go to the drinks and have a drinks. I'm going to be artisan. A new purchase. I find Sigrid cutting a piece of cloth. A couple of tables have been disposed to display her work. Stockings and head coverings, hoods and sleeves. Opposite, a hearth lightly burns. "Are you looking for something to adorn your attire, my lord? I can see you've also brought certain artifacts from the capital, if I may. I always wanted to examine the Trani master's work. So we could try to improve a modest gemstone. If we do that, we get more prestige. We try to buy a chess piece. If we do that, we get more renown. Get some fancy banners. Score goes up. Our courtly vassals like us. Or we give her money and say, keep the good work. I will buy the chess piece. Costs us money, costs us stress. But at least we now have a third item for the inventory. And that one's great because it gives a big bonus to renown. 4 days until the speech. We're definitely going to lose. Let's try our best. Out there against people who give a homily or an homily every single week. And us. The entrants mill about the main tent, warming up vocal cords and memorizing stanzas as the crowd fills the amphitheater. So I was never a choir kid, so I don't know all those vocal exercises they do. La 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 la, la 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 la, and so on. Or fee fi fo fum. Whatever people say, I don't know them. Poor king. My ears prick up as my name is mentioned, drifting across the gentle breeze. That could be a good sign or a bad one. We can show the world our skill. Another verse done, another smash hit with the crowd. I'm very much enjoying myself, and the noisy appreciation of the mob only lifts my spirits ever higher. I take in some applause after a particularly witty line, and I see my opponent, Robert, rehearsing his lines with something of a scowl on his face. A further burst of ovation confirms my suspicions. He's clearly less than happy with the reception that I'm getting. Well then, perhaps that worthless bam pot needs a line prepared especially for him. Alright, so Count Robert is my vassal and knight, and he dares insult me. So, if God himself were here, surely he would say, our Count Robert has really lost his way. It's the case, in a moment like this, we look at Robert and we all go hiss. Of the many counts I have, Robert is surely a slobbert. Alright, we insult him, our score increases a bit. Wild cheers then erupt from the gathered crowd as Hang Up finishes the recital with a flourish and a bow. The only person who isn't whistling and clapping is, as it happens, myself. How could he have known? Was this planned? Or perhaps somehow by some machination of Satan it was simply a coincidence that Hang Up's verses ended up being identical to my own. The assembled spectators fall silent. It is now my turn. We could try to improvise, or we can call the judge and insist those are my words. Welp, we improvise, probably gonna fail. Attempts a disaster, our score decreases. We have a 9% chance of being victorious currently. There are 8 contestants remaining. Night begins to fall upon this scene, but torches light the competition as it continues. I talk to myself under my breath, readying my lips for the next round as I reminisce about happenings so far, like when another competitor stole my words. I step forward to take my turn ascending the dais. It's time for the final verse. So, a ditty about coin? We regale the crown with our war and victory. We appeal to God or keep it safe and simple. We talk about war, which is never a bore. We talk about our sword by using many an S word. Well, I finish my verse with a raised fist and sonorous aplomb. The crowd, however, only musters a polite applause, interspersed with a few coughs. My shoulders slump as I leave the dais. My hopes are waning. But I am winning! Victory is so close. Incidentally, our progress to victory is 0%. 0. Victory is close. There are precious few comparative to go, and even less time. It all comes down to this. One final verse. The people yawn. The people yawn. Unfortunately, the people yawn. Trumpets sound, the crowd clamors, competitors begin to assemble. The contest is now over, and someone's moment in the sun is being readied. A herald steps forward, voice booming out across the scene. After many trials, some tribulations, and above all, some truly spirited competition, we have our final 3. Blah, 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 none of them are resortee. Most entertaining skill of skill, my champion that was a garbage human being did not compete. Well, next up is the melee. Let's see how that one goes for us instead. We are close to qualifying. Despite being an amazing warrior, we need to go practice some more. So, food and drinks abundant during this tournament to the delight of the attendees. 3 peasants have managed to consume an entire keg of spiced wine. I'll get you, brother, you spawn hell. One sputters drunkenly, limply throwing a shoe. Hartman, I'm so sorry. The victim covered his face, deflecting the attack. Help me, Carlo. You're on your own there, Arotheos. The last one exclaims, downing the entire mug in one big gulp. So, we can try to have a cup of spiced wine. We're likely to have a good time. We can say they're blind drunk, make them fight, or I say it's disgusting. So none of these, unfortunately, has a high chance of increasing our chance of success. So I'll take the stress removal, I hope. We have one more opportunity to go to tourney grounds to get our chance up. I will likely not qualify. Well, the melee contest begins, and we got in, thank goodness. A clear divide has been drawn between two teams who stand across from each other, taunting as they prepare their equipment and whisper their plans. Horses ready in the background, chargers whinnying and harumphing. It's a brutal day's work. My team, though, is sure to defeat Count Robert's band of braggarts. This is again our vassal and knight, who looks kind of uppity. I look forward to removing that smile from his face. Glory is ours. I vowed to myself, though, that I'd win this contest in a fair and square manner. That said, maybe a less fair approach is even better. I'm sure my opponents would do the same if only they'd thought of it. Who knows, though? Maybe they're working against us also. So, we can't refuse here. Our greedy, ambitious king must cheat. So, is he worried about torture here? This fellow is not that good at martiality, not that good at personal fighting. Or Rumbaldo, a little better but not much. Or against Robert. Robert. I sought to sabotage Robert's armor before the melee continues, weakening the leather points that secure the components in the hopes they wear through. My patience, though, finally paid off. I make that switch without arousing suspicion and made off into the night. Ha 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 ha! Come morning, I'm relieved to find there's no whisper of my machinations. I look forward to damaging Robert terribly. All fair in love and war and melee and all the rest. But then, amidst the blood and thunder of this melee, it's almost impossible to keep my bearings. The massive competitors heave and sway. A mass in Rome, who would have thought of that? An uncontrollable pile of humanity. Woe betide anyone who should stand in its way. Of course, the unfortunate peasant need only move aside with haste to avoid this brawl. The issue is more pronounced, though, when the victim is a building. The melee is spilled over into Rome proper, and even now I see the contestants from both sides ripping off pieces of the building facade to use as shields or even missiles. I fancy I hear the crackling of flames in the middle distance. This reminds me, do you all know about the city in England that has a yearly sport in which they play a ball game in the streets? And the aim of the ball game is to, at the end of the game, be the person holding it. And I think the ball is like a fairly large ball that's difficult to hold on to. And for the first couple hours of the engagement, one must pass the ball along. You're not allowed to hold it. But in the last 30 minutes or so, you are allowed to hold this. And so it ends up being a competition throughout a whole city that ends up with absolute brutality. How on earth do I search for this? Ball Sports Melee England? There we go. It's in Airstone. The brutal battle of ball game. England's wildest and most savage sport. Acceptar e continuar. Sure. Held annually in the town of Airstone, the 2023 edition of this rough and tumble competition left a melee of fists and kicks out at a betting shop. First of all, Sim Games 2, thank you for the raid. How's it going? What were you playing today? Tell me stories. Hope you're doing well. Good to have you with us. Every year in Airstone, an English town near Birmingham, the infamous ball game is celebrated. It's a tradition that already boasts 853 editions and dates back to the Middle Age. This year's event show a wild exchange of kicks and punches at the door of the betting house whose facilities were damaged. This competition has two rules. No one can be killed, and the winner is the person who has the ball in his possession at the end of the 2-hour event. The ball is a ball larger than the soccer ball. The competition is restricted to the main street of town, and all stores and schools close their doors to make way for the contest. It began in 1199, where the ball was a bag of coins. Yep. Let's see if we can find a little bit more about this, then back to the game I swear. Airstone ball game. There's actually a Wikipedia page on it. That is the ball. It's played on Shrove Tuesday along this street here. I believe it's the case that the ball is thrown from an upper window, to the mob waiting below. Yep. History of the ball game. Yep. There's no pictures here of people being terribly bruised over it, but I watched a video on it a couple years back, and people like get really, really messed up. It's a very strange game going on for a very, very long time. There you go. The more you know. Doom. So, the melee's in Rome proper. Maybe the place is burning. So we can say enough. Truce. Likely to have nobody listening, which will lead to the village being destroyed. Maybe it's time to leave. Let's try to make a speech here. Nobody listens to my speech, unfortunately. That's how it goes. Melee cornered, yanked from the saddle by a polearm, I stagger upright, head ringing. The perpetrators round on me immediately. My apologies for the rough landing, says Leodolf, but we're not taking any chances. 3 of them all heavily armed. Their aim is clear. I'm a high-value target, willing to bring great riches and ransom. As my head clears, I can make out 2 figures approaching from behind my assailant's shoulders, bedecked in my team's colors. The 3 grinning wretches have no ideas for sudden danger. My rescue is surely at hand, should I want it. So, we can say, stand back, these are mine. I'll probably lose. Or now, have at them. Unfortunately, we are an ambitious person, so we want to fight them solo, but no. We do it together, catching them unawares. Friends, unfortunately, it's been another hour. We'll pause our game right there and get back to it in 3 minutes' time. What portion of the last hour of quote-unquote gameplay was actually me reading Wikipedia pages and talking about half-remembered topics? The whole stream is that. Last Monday's puzzle. Give me a little bit to figure this one out, and then I will probably ask for some help. So, acclamation. Proudit. Many Pablo Neruda works. Vases, urns, no idea. Flagpole sitting in the 1920s. So, being neutral in the First World War, no idea. Female lobster, still no idea. The Downs then. Wistful longing in Portuguese culture. I can imagine a U in that position, but no idea. And lastly, plant-based bath product. Why do I have though here, a second order Shakespearean title? Was there some title that came up with that though in it? Can't remember. So is soured on definitely right? Grew tired of could be soured to instead? I'm run through whatever of these I remember. I want and for Romeo and Juliet, of course, but female lobster, I have no idea. All right, team. What do you know? Help me out. We've been stuck on this one for a week and a half. Tell me the words that you know so it may finish as a cursed thing. It's a loofah. Of course it is. Thank you. Very good. So acclamation. I think someone's wrong. Applaud it. Like getting a claim oneself. Thank you. Flagpole sitting was a fad. Was it really? You wrote odes then. Wistful longing is it like that, I believe? So that maybe, But soured on, much ado about nothing, of course. The hen. Fine. Much ado about nothing. I have no idea why I had the other word in there previously, whatever it was, though. So in the 1920s, people climbed on flagpoles and sat there. I know the phrase flagpole sitting from some rock song back in the 90s. Paranoia, everything is coming to get me. I say I was crazy. They cut off my legs and now I'm an amputee, god damn it. That one? Harvey Danger, Flagpole Sitter. Thank you, thank you. Half remembered lyrics. It's where it goes, where it goes. All right, thanks for the help, folks. I should have gotten the Naruto one, absolutely. I was so stuck on the plant-based product being some kind of like bar or gel that loofah never came to mind. That's good, that's good, that's good. Yeah, I thought of though it is a holder. That makes sense. Anyway, so how do we say this word? Saudade? Saudade? Sade? Wistful longing. I want to look it up real quick. Never mind. The ad break's over. I should not spend too much more time. Anyway, the New Yorker hopper is empty. We have no more New Yorkers to do today. It's 12 my time. I intend to play for at least another hour and a little bit. We'll see past that. But we'll have the universal puzzle to get to then. Saudade? Saudade? Thank you. I know how to pronounce English sometimes. Today's puzzle is called Move Along. We'll get to that in just a little bit here. But it is time to continue probably losing this first tournament of the game. Let's see how that goes. The shadows loom long as the battle wears on, the fray shrinking as contestants limp away. Wheeling my horse, I think back to what happened so far. Like I was cornered by 3 knights. Events come to a head as tired battle lines drawn once more. The opportunity to stamp my mark on the contest is now. Maybe we can stamp our horses' hoofs upon them. So I'll win a soldier's victory with me to victory. Maybe let's draw them in, or maybe we should write it out. So the most likely positive outcome is soldier's victory. Or paused. It's hard to say how much a difference my final gambit made. It certainly didn't lose its ground, but the heaving battle remains in the same state it was. It's almost impossible to call which side is close prevailing. There's still all to play for. I can see the heralds make their way onto the field to signal the conclusion of the event. The end draws nigh. We're at 51% chance of victory, and hooray! A winner is us! We're part of the winning team. Trumpets sound, crowd clamors, competitors begin to assemble. The contest is over, and one team's moment the sun is readied. Herald steps forward, voice booming out. After many trials, tribulations, and above all some truly spirited competition, we have our winner. King Robert's team beat Count Roberts in the contest. The Robertine versus Robertine war is finished. Well played all, time to celebrate. I've proved my worthiness without a doubt. 2 of my knights were involved also. So good for us. The Grand Tournament Conclusio. Is this Latin/Italian, or is the letter N cut off? Conclusio. The sun causes conclusion. Boo! The sun comes down the final day of the tournament, the massed crowds begin to disperse. I find myself ruminating over the results. My team carried the day in melee. I filled my goal of winning a contest. Let's have another one soon. I also won a prize. Where's my prize? The prize necklace. More fertility, more prestige, more prestige. Cool. Pope also got bonus troops who stayed after the battle. It's great. When we start with our goal, exclamation goal will almost always show you what we're trying to do in our playthrough. We're playing as Robert the Fox, though, trying to do that achievement, and then also the achievement of having a capital that's very, very wealthy and very strong. Guy has come of age. My son, the 16-year-old knight, is one of us. He has a basic understanding of managing an army. He'll try his best, I promise. Let's go and find him a wife. Someone who is, I don't know, County of Messina. That's under us. My niece. How far away of a niece is she? Count Roger and Judith. So they have my uncle, my mother, and my father are her grandparents. Seems maybe a little bit close, possibly. So this nice 18-year-old Cornish woman will come to visit. Have a lot of kids. You're not inheriting, so don't cause any troubles, thanks. Alright, they accept the marriage. Lovely. Friendly locals. We stopped to camp outside a small village in Venice. Venoso, rather. It's not Venice. The locals come to investigate the caravan. Maybe they're trying to trade with us, but no. They want to learn about the culture. We can talk and learn, become maybe xenophilic, or take all possible benefits except their monies. We're rich again. We made it home safely and visited our own capital, giving us $200 dues. Hooray. Not $200 dues, sorry, 200 experience points instead for visiting home. Alright, we got a lot of cash. Palermo, let's get you additional money production with those castle pastures. And then we save once more. My regency has ended. Okay. Okay. It is time for us to change cultures. I remembered. We are now Robert the Sicilian. Truth be told, there's little separating my traditions from those in the capital. We observe the same holy days, the same public feasts. Our language is close enough. We all become Sicilian. Hooray. That will make our local people like us more. People in our family are all changing from Norman to Sicilian also. We are now the head of the Sicilian culture. Swell. We also have all of our trinket slots full now. So, what are the Sicilians working on? Culture button. Culture button. We're working on battlements currently. So it is early days. Everything in the tribal period is known. Does Sicily have any special traditions? Looking like no, unfortunately. We already have mangonels, so I tend to rush first, so sure, battlements all the way. Looks good. Now, did I disinherit everyone I need to disinherit to ensure our territory holds together? Nope. Prince Guy here needs to be disinherited also. So, this is us wasting a tremendous amount of... Oh, need a little more culture, unfortunately. Wasting a tremendous more renown and also destroying our legitimacy even more. Do we get any legitimacy points for going to the tournament? Yep, we got 50. Going back down to 0 again, but I gotta keep the two kingdoms together for the achievement. Unfortunately. I need 250, is that correct? Yep. Yeah, 300 actually, so I gotta wait at more prestige. Next time we have a good amount of money, we're going to use it to go hunting, I do believe. And the cost for that as a king is what exactly? 230 money. So silly. Oh, the prices increase so very much when one becomes a king. HRE is currently in crisis. What's going on there? Matilda of Tuscany is trying to become independent and is winning in it currently. I believe there's an achievement for her going independent, so I think she'll succeed probably. She has a bunch of... Oh, that's the Kaiser actually. My apologies. Matilda is in a little bit. There she is. So she is winning, despite the fact that she is a smaller army. She does have one son also. Maybe we get a marriage with her. I want to wait until after the war is done, because I'd like very much to not get dragged into it. Can we move a capital to a barony where a vassal put a church or city holding? That's a great question. I think it's the case you can only move your capital to a place that's a castle. I'm almost certain on that, because you can only play right now as feudal or tribal leaders, and so you can't be a theocrat, certainly. I'm actually not certain. I'll say that someone in chat might know, but I'm not being able to think through it clearly right now. My sense, though, is no. My sense is probably not. If we throw a grand tournament, it costs so much money. So those are available right now. We're just kind of impoverished for it. My son Roger, the missing a face, could get married. Sure. This nice Galician woman will give us a relationship with the good people over there. And Robert of Sicily, we have a claim on one county here. It is all of our money to get that, but this will help us get the mine presently. That'll be our next goal in a second here. Cause to have no money for a little bit, but it will get the mine going, and the mine's already been made, so more money, more money. Do you have any allies at all? These poor people have no allies even a little bit. We could try to get a second holding here and just push all of it at once, though I don't think we have the ability to push 2 claims at once right now. So we'll push just for the 1 and take that bit, have our mine, and then eventually move our capital over that direction. In some measure, that is the most important of all of our holdings, the one we cannot give away no matter what. We've reached that part of the stream where my coffee is absolutely room temperature and feels cold going into my body. My lungs cry out in dissatisfaction. Why have you chilled your chest, etc.? Golden Team says the capital must be in a barony with the mine. Well, that's a good point. Huh. That's an interesting / good point, because the mine is not in the capital proper. It is next door. Now, it is a castle, thank goodness. But whichever way we will get money here, it will not be necessarily the territory we need. But there is another one over to the east we can go for. Mabel's all grown up. She's marrying the Prince of Bohemia. That's what we want. Keep that alliance strong, thank you. Yeah, so I want this mine, even if it's not the one I actually need to have for the achievement. And that's fine. We'll get it done eventually. Pastures in Palermo. Up to 3 money per month in 2 of our territories already. Italy is rich these days. I'm curious to see if the... a couple things. The Bulgarian boils are upon us. Luckily they're far in the north. We ignore that for right now, but we'll see. And then, as expected, the Byzantine Empire has fallen apart. So the fellow we put on the throne of the Byzantine Empire is a deviant, excommunicated, lover's pox maimed. He's having a real bad time. And it looks like one of the dukes is going to become the emperor. I was so hoping to break apart permanently, but no, they are getting themselves a new emperor instead of losing it all. Big money coming in there already. We'll move to the capital next. And looks like the leader is going to be staying in the mountains there, recognizing that there's just no chance. Oh, never mind, he's coming down. Well, welcome, my lord. We have more spreading of the disease here. It is spread to the capital already. So the diseases aren't coming quite as fast and fearsome as when they were first installed in the game, first added to the game, but they are now installing more quickly than previously. Measles upon us all. Measles have shown up. Well, we can isolate the capital. Might be a bit late for that one. Again, trashing our legitimacy. At least our family is on the frontier. Our wife, no. Our daughters, no. But at least our various sons are here, and the king is also. So we'll probably stay at war for a while longer. We've captured the enemy banner. I survey the battlefield, contemplating how the battle will be remembered. My gaze goes towards the dead. There's a Cagliarian war banner here. Could give more knights. We have almost no court artifacts, so I will keep that one. And we'll hang it on this side, showing off the spoils of war. Grandson, not Torf! Torf has measles! Our physician is trying their level best to heal everyone. They also have measles. We're all gonna die. My poor queen has measles and must now treat herself. The choice is up to you, my dear. She treats herself successfully? Nope, not yet. She's gaining so much physician XP. She's over level 1 now. Hey, we captured their ruler also. The sieging is done. You have quite a bit of money. I'll take that cash, please and thank you. We'll then ransom off everyone else we can, including their grandson. Oh no. Oh no, one of the daughters is dead. Sickness and pestilence continues its harrowing march through Sicily, laying low peasant and noble alike. That brutal, indiscriminate truth rarely lays itself bare until moments like these. My stomach twists and writhes in agony as the body of my daughter is borne past me. We could throw a funeral for her, I suppose, give us more legitimacy. This, though, is a little bit stressful for sure. Ransom finished. We've now taken this county. And so, we now have the mine. Alright, it is not possible for us to move the mine as our capital to the mine. Let's read the achievement carefully. It's money regardless, so I'm happy to have it, but Iron and Golden King. Have a capital barony, it is the barony itself, with 60 income, 500 station heavy cavalry, and a mine. So, the barony, not the county. Cool to have more money coming in, less cool that it's not what I need exactly. That said, over in Greaseland, there's one here, which is the capital mine. So this will be our capital someday. I should have slid in while the Byzantines were fighting. One of these days we'll do so. Anyway, the war's done. Hooray, hooray. And we'll check our prison to see who's staying at Chateau Resorte. Poor person has measles. If I release you, you're probably going to spread them to everyone. It's okay, though. This poor person is nothing. He, though, is already freed for a hook. Oh, God, no. Our youngest daughter, Maria, is no more. Oh, this is bad stuff. Alright, so now that we're not fighting, we can enter seclusion also, to hopefully keep the rest of the family happy. That said, the disease is still in our territory. Our heir does not have the disease. Our heir's #1 son does have the disease. Our #1 granddaughter is missing a face now. Robert Hopville has it also. Everyone here has the measles. Well, we'll ride it out. We're at 96 stress right now. So at some point, we need to go lower stress. Delightful to see, though, that by knowing the secrets of the body, including her body, our wife has gotten over her measles. She's fully level 1 physician. Jesus be praised. Praise be to Jesus. Does the Pope have measles? No, the Pope's doing just fine. Maybe we'll all recover after all. That's sad. Instead of all recovering, how about we get measles too? Itching. I wake in the middle of the night and find my leg bleeding. My nails too. The itching is so strong I can't stop myself from digging even deeper. I sink my face in cold water hoping it'll go away. My reflection shows red eyes in the camera photo. My lord, that's the malady known as measles. Alright, my wife, do no more than necessary. Queen Alexia presented me with a charred carcass of a cat and prompted me to dig in. As I ate, she told me how she had chased the plump feline around my holdings for hours. I think she wanted praise for the hard work, but it's pretty disgusting. That said, a nice meal helped us quite a bit. The king is on death's doorstep. It is likely he will die here. So it is essential now that we get our succession in order. We know that this fellow needs to be disinherited also. Oh man. Son #1 has the measles also. We disinherited him and re-inherited him, and now we have to disinherit him again. Because how awful would it be? We'd have 300 prestige. I thought it was 200. Oh, this might get kind of rough, folks. This might get kind of rough next little bit. Grave news! My son and heir has measles also. Son, what kind of treatment do you want, my boy? It did not succeed. At least he's in only poor health. People are now recovering from measles. This daughter lost her eyes to the measles. Daughter number 2 is all healed up as well. Didn't lose any body parts. The measles are abating for everyone, maybe even for me. Maybe. Yeah, huge legitimacy hits. That's our legitimacy is at 30. So our legitimacy is already trashed here. I want to throw various parties and such to get our legitimacy up, but not while we have measles. So we are ruling by might alone right now. Do the peasants love us? Do they fear us? I got no idea. That said, I'm walking down the hall while being on death's doorstep. My heir got over his measles. Jesus be praised. Hopefully Jesus is waiting for me real soon. Just one more recovery, please, please, please. We don't want to spend any money until we're clear of the measles. That said, it's still there. I thought it had gone away. A younger son got over measles also. Nice. Okay. Okay. We can now purchase truces, not that we need to anybody. Some hook on some random woman. Maybe she's in prison earlier. I push the door open, still in death to ourselves, but Roger, my son, missing a face, is in good shape too. Just waiting for the big screen to pop up. You are dead. Or I sit down in bed, look at my hands, palms up. The rashes are gone. Things are normal. I did not die this day. 5% chance of being blind. We're not blinded. Somehow the family lives through that one. I am amazed to report that. I was sure we were all going to die. Good. Okay, things to do then. Go on a hunt, please and thank you. Gotta get some legitimacy. I have no master of the hunt. Gotta fix that. We haven't found any or have anyone who is yet producing legendary hunts for us. Because this will be the playthrough when finally we get legitimate legendary hunt. Do you believe this playthrough will get one? We've now played 870 hours of this game and have never seen a legendary hunt. It is frankly absurd. Alright. Ordinary hunt. Stigliano could be okay. We've not spotted any animals anywhere. We could head out across the sea. There are no animals seen, but the mountains are nice. Let's just go to this place here. Stigliano. There's no danger on the way. We're doing average. I got a lower stress, so we'll do just that. Let's go hunting. In celebration of our not dying, we throw a party. Definitely the animals are invited. While wandering along, a duel has been demanded. This is Sala. Sala the Zealous Blackguard, an Asherai fellow. We can go fight him. We might lose. We can send Gerardo out. He will likely win. Go, Gerardo, go! Gerardo has won. Sala is wounded, but became our knight also. Let's invite him to please change religions. He may do so. That's fine to ask anyway. We've arrived at our hunt. Waiting for other folks. My goal is to have recreation here. If we don't succeed in capturing anything, that's fine. What matters is just that we have an opportunity to smell that fresh air. Oh no! While waiting for our stress to go down while partying, our brother has drowned. Brother's drowned. We're feeling pretty bad about that. Why didn't the messenger just not let us know? Why couldn't we be away from the office for a while? So we're gonna hold out. We're gonna grit our teeth, white knuckle forward. People are mocking me, but I will enjoy my time in the woods. Let's find other ways to lower our stress. This is okay. Definitely okay. We're still profoundly illegitimate. Everything is terrible. Finally, the plague is over. What should we do? We'll spend all of our money to make our capital a bit nicer again. Also, I think I saw earlier that our counselor finished with control. So back to it. Helping with control in the local states. Helping with control after that plague. Should go pretty fast. Only 3 months to go. Good to see. Still waiting for more people to get here. The Kaiser Kuno has been excommunicated by the Pope. The blade of the Holy Empire is no longer acceptable to the Pope. Wonder why. I mean, he has one virtue. No obvious vices. Is this the Pope's way of helping Duchess Matilda win? Huh. Well, the learned Pope says it. We believe it. Also, Basilius Manuel has fought off one of his wars. Manuel is a different Basilius than we put on the throne earlier. So he's probably going to do a better job of holding these together. Though with only one stewardship, one diplomacy, man, we'll see what happens. We'll definitely see. Are you actually a different person? I remember the last ruler was so bad also. Yeah, Rikator is the one that I pushed. They have two lousy emperors in a row. The Duke Richard assembles our party here. A mighty heart is nearby. Quarry fit for a king. Let's try our best to hunt the stag and not be hunted ourselves. Welcome, friends, to the High Medieval Era, by the way. It is now time for us to think about bigger buildings, nicer hoardings, all the rest, though our technology is still mostly undone in the prior period. That'll be okay. That'll be okay. Need fancy knights at some point. Fancy horseback knights are needed, but not urgently. As we animal in group, I hear Count Robert behind me. He's saying from atop his hunting steed. Look at that brash fool! He points to my son Guy, who's having a hard time with all the insults. I beat the man who insults my son. Get me the belt! Get me the belt. Poachers here in my forest? Because we're a greedy fellow, we cannot tolerate poaching. This man has had quite a few of my deer, I believe. So, order they will hang, or take the animal and their lives as well. We'll hang them, that's fine. Gotta keep people in line here. The master of the hunt is the first to spot its branching antlers. We see ourselves a stag. We ride after the stag, and may we not die in glory. We dip through the dense undergrowth, hot on the tail of the heart, breaking into a dead-end clearing. An audible groan of disappointment and annoyance rises to the party. It's a terrified doe and her fawn. We fall into their tracks instead of the stag's tracks. There's no sense in hunting those. We'll have to double back and sniff out the buck instead. So we could get half prestige by killing this thing. Or we can find that buck. Let's find that buck. Gotta be a true hunter, hunting the prey we demanded earlier. Unfortunately, the animal is gone. We fail. Our stress will go down a little bit, though, at least. Heeding the call of the wild was a real good time. We burned 40 stress off. We were at 99 stress again. We started at 98, now at 99. What a good use of money. At least we gained legitimacy for doing king-like things. Oh, such a terrible use for our money. But we're over our stress for now. And another county control increase done. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. Time to save a bunch of cash again to go on yet another exciting adventure. Maybe throw a funeral for our daughter or something. I don't know. Well, it's time for peace. Many of you will know that anytime I say it's time for peace, I go to war almost immediately. This time, though, we need to have actual factual peace. Gartazia has died of heart failure. Don't make the caravan masters like they used to, I'm afraid. So I am curious, I mentioned earlier, we're having a free weekend of CK3 this weekend. Are any of you considering trying CK3 for the first time, given that you can play it for free for a few days? Or do you already know what the game is, you're just not feeling it? I'm really curious what portion of the world of gamers does not know about CK3 and is open to the idea of playing it, or is open. Because obviously a very different proposition to be able to play it for free versus playing it for, what, $49.99 or normal prices. So We have a count visiting us. He is pledging submission. Serve me well. Because I am planning to play CK3 throughout the weekend to hopefully help newer players figure out what's going on. But if no one plays the free weekend, I'll make a terrible decision. Knight Sala could be pardoned for not joining our faith. You know what, Knight Sala? I'm going to give you that pardon. I should have made you into our executioner instead. We have a faction coming against us. It's peasants again. Rabble, rabble, rabble. Rabble, rabble. CK3 never terrible decision. I know a portion of the community loves CK3 more than anything. And so I definitely understand why people would want to see me play it as often as possible. And we will. It is time to hold court. Oye, oye, I'm in charge. CK3 Vanilla and CK3 DLC are different games. Yeah, it's just the base game is free, and I believe the DLC is on sale probably. That said, I really enjoyed the base game. I think it's totally reasonable to just play the base game with no DLC, and for me that's I think legit. Though I streamed all the DLC, I played, I don't know, 3 or 4 playthroughs just plain Jane Vanilla and really enjoyed them for sure. All right, dangling our legs sillily one more time. Someone needs to get on the ground in cat-cow position and help me keep my little feet up. Come forward first. A haggard peasant stands forward, saying a monster prowls in the mountains of his land, killing the cattle and the farmers. I will go forward and fight the beast. I'm sure we're gonna die, but that's okay. Then a thin, raggedy peasant stands before me, gawking at the opposite of my throne room. He's distracted. He says the village in Cagliari is hit by a blight. They're gonna starve with no help. So I give him 50 money, or get some free labor for the money, or if the field is our barons, you will fight instead. I'll give him the money, that's fine. As far as the DLC goes on this game especially, I really like that CK3 almost always releases free updates with the DLC. The same as RimWorld. I think both these games do a really great job of giving people who are unable or unwilling to buy the DLC a little taste of improvement too. Now, you can't play every portion of it, but I think they do well in remembering that people spent money in the first place. So, I don't know. I've liked the vanilla games for sure. Hello, my aunt. What's the most fun game I've played this month? I really enjoyed Little Guardsman, a game we played the past couple days, which is not our normal kind of game at all. But either Little Guardsman or Manor Lords. I enjoyed both of those very, very, very much. Both fantastic, and strongly recommended for sure. A thin, raggedy peasant stands... Oh, wait, we already read this part. I'm giving the man money. Give the man money, he goes away. And then the religious community of Crotone. He found a very unusual book. It's a unique in the world, a long-lost vault of knowledge, a true treasure. That's why he's giving it to me. An original copy of the Will of God. We get a mysterious book, giving us more prestige. Or get the antiquarian to look after it, or we don't care about books. I will take the book, thank you very much. Court is done, time to go fight a monster. I guess it's not a world map event, is it? Or is it hunting? It was down here. Yeah, maybe it's an event that'll pop up. We'll see, we'll see. There it is. The Monster of Castro Giovanni. All preparations completed, I set out with a selected group of guards to face this infamous monster. It doesn't take us long to find it. A clear trail of blood leads us straight there. I was already informed what to expect when the massive bear stands in front of me. I can't help but shiver. Face me, you foul beast. A 51% chance of killing the bear. Or we run away. No, 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 we fight that bear. We killed the monster! We are Geralt. Geralt the Witcher. Monster Slayer no more. We didn't get the special title of Bear Killer, but still pretty good. Sneaky Spudsworth, how's it going, my friend? Thank you for the raid host. Hope you're having a good day. Thanks for being with us. What game are you playing today? Hope your stream went very, very well. We're playing some CK3. We're playing as Sicily, we are gradually expanding, and someone wants to make me something. Some regalia. We have no regalia. How much money do you want? $78 dues to make me a good piece of regalia. You are a dishonorable villain. Can't be trusted. But I will trust you. Please make me a nice item. You're playing CK3 also, playing the After the End mod. Is After the End mod like Fallout-ish? Or is that a mod for Victoria? There was some mod I saw recently that was Fallout-ish. Earlier today, someone was recommending another mod that's like Lord of the Rings, maybe? Not quite sure. Not quite sure. It's not really Fallout? Okay, maybe it was a Victoria game then. That had like a Fallout-ish DLC. I'm not sure. Lately, my efforts to impress everyone have fallen flat. No one really likes watching the stream anymore. These days, people aren't totally into Paradox games. They want to see some kind of FPS gaming. I'm just not sure I'm doing. That said, I can improve people's relationship to me by putting their name onto my regalia. So, to my cousin, to the King of France, or I don't care. King of France it is! Hooray, friendship. Very good. Athlene's a CK mod based in the apocalypse. Okay, okay. So it's not Fallout, but it might be similar in some ways. I could see you do it. How's it going? It's like a post-apocalypse medieval America. Cool. Hearts of Iron is a Fallout mod. Okay, maybe it was Hearts of Iron I was thinking of then. Also, we have a claim on the Prince Bishopric of Tivoli. That is up here. Hey, good to see you, old Lou. That comment about no one likes watching me, that was not real. I've probably been more clear about that. It was because an event popped up that said, I can't impress people anymore. I was trying to make it about me, the streamer, instead of my king. I thought it'd be funny. Maybe it was just confusing, though. Sorry for the confusion. I need some sort of hand signal to indicate I am now joking. Gotta work on that. My beneficiary Folco insists the 50 or 70 money I've given so far is not enough. He wants more money. Unfortunately, we're very stressed out by giving him more money, so I'm gonna have to say, make do with what you have. It will not be the very best of items, but we'll see, we'll see. Oh, good lord. Really? Again? Again with this? This king is not particularly hardy when it comes to his disease prevention. A crimson stain so stark against the pale cloth, I stare in disbelief, suppressing another cough. Did it? Did I? I wipe my fingers against my lips, my hand trembling as I pull it back. I can feel the warm wetness, but I dread to look. Afraid you got consumption, my lord. I'll treat you immediately. Alright, dear wifey, still level 1. Alright, do no more than necessary. I feel a little bit better, thank goodness. Sneaky Spudsworth, thanks for that Prime sub. A raid, some nice words, a subscription. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hope you're having a good day, Sneaky. Let me throw you a follow. I should probably check out your stream at some point. Very bad at singular streams. I already follow your stream. I've watched you previously. Hello again. Sorry. I mean, let's read this event. The Queen Alexia enters my chambers with an earthenware jar. She pulls a leech out. The leech is gonna suck out the consumption. Leech, consumer of consumption. They're just what I needed. I feel a lot better. Excellent work, my queen. Excellent work, my queen, excellent work. King Robert of Sicily has finally found peace at age 66. We didn't disinherit the younger kid, so we've got a split in the kingdom. We'll have to fix that straight away. Known to many people to be an exceptional strategist, he spent many of his days examining the fields and drilling his troops. King Balmond ascends the throne, never caring for the word of scripture. Many fear his rule will come to an early end as God smites him. All right, King Guy of Epirus, we're coming for you right away, brother. Look out, look out. Here is the lineage. Once upon a time, there's Robert, and there's me. Boom, done. All right, so we have a pile of money, thank goodness. We got no one on the council at all. We have a lovely queen as well. Neat. She has no stewardship. Why on earth are you two married? I believe that we married these two off from one another, or to one another, because he was not going to inherit, and now he has. Alright, Archbishop does not like me. Let's sway him straight away. Chancellor hates me a lot. I hold his duchy. Where you live, brother? Where's Lecce? That's your house. Whoops. Yep, definitely hold your duchy. That's true. Well, I'm gonna put you on the council anyway, and move you on to internal diplomacy. As far as stewards go, you're big, you're good enough. Marshals, you'll like me when you're there, that's fine. And then the spy master. Okay, 16 likes me, our half-sister look after us, fine. Alright, in the short term, gotta continue changing religions in these places. Gotta take Epirus back straight away. Okay. So let's see what's going on with our king. Number 1! Our king has only one living child. Died of measles, died of measles, died of measles. Alive, but missing a face. Alright, son. I wish you the best of luck at one of these points. Who's looking after you, if anyone? Nobody is. I'll do my best. Oh, you're a daughter, actually. Huh. Well, you're not going to lead wars, so instead you're going to lead secrecy and hope we don't get stabbed. Alright, no seduction allowed. Our wife is only 31, so more children are a possibility. Do we have anything shameful we've done? Allegedly not. Do we have any lovers? We have just our child and our ward. Fine. So far we've been focused on stewardship through and through. I like architect a lot. Like it a whole bunch. How far away are we from one more holding? We need to have 3 stewardship. Is that true? 1 second. Yes. No. It's every 6 points now. It used to be fewer. So we need to have 18. So we have to have 5 more. Yeah, good. So this will not be useful right now. So I'm going to stay on just make money. Good. Did we get all of our father's items? We did, thank goodness. They came with a title. They weren't split. So, we've lost all of our alliances. That says the poor old king of Epirus has 541 troops. We didn't improve any of the holding on Epirus. I want to say I did that intentionally, but I definitely did not do that intentionally. I was not thinking of the kingdom sundering, and then it did. So we don't really need alliances, but are there any we can currently form? Yes. We can get France back again. Awesome. That's all for now. So we've lost the alliances with Hungary and Bohemia and Bavaria. We're going to get those back a little later. For now, though, wait for the alliance. Thinking about my dead father, there are whispers about the tales and deeds of my father, the illustrious King Robert. Everywhere I go, near, far, wherever you are, it seems there's nobody who has not heard his name. Will I be fancy like my father? Gosh, I'll try. I always fail this event. I have no idea what you need to do to become as famous as your father, unless your father's terrible. So who knows, who knows. Laudadio, how's it going, friend? You're here to stare at maps with friends. That's what we do. Hope you're having a good day, Laudadio. Thank you for hanging out with us as always. Thank you for the 53 months of subscribing. Goodness gracious. This is Folco. He's my courtier. He wants a word. My lord, before his passing, King Robert commissioned my work. I was in the midst of forging a regalia. Yep, get back to it, thank you. France is now our friends. Epirus still has no allies. Good. So give me my money back. Give me my kingdom. We have more than enough money to load up onto the boats. Guests are arriving immediately. Trajan Asan is visiting us. He's Orthodox but a pretty good knight. How much money do you want to join us? 115. Wow. And then Aetheric Hastings of the North. 15, also pretty good. They want 90 money. I'm sorry, I cannot afford that. Not that I'm a cheapskate, but you know, it might be a cheapskate. Also, I raised only the men at arms. So, send everybody across the ocean. So my ruler is no longer my greatest commander, unfortunately. That's fine. Find a courtier, marry him off. What? Cheese marriage mechanics? Cheese marriage mechanics, chat says. Cheese them. No, I'm fine. I know about it, but I tend not to get knights that way. It feels creepy. Just don't want to be a creepy guy. Ismar, our brother, leading that charge. We'll take his home very quickly regardless and see if he comes to defend it. My vassal, the Mayor Osborne, comes forward. He's heard of Folko the Metalsmith. He's making regalia. Indeed he is. Thank you for the generous contribution. And the brother is actually leading that army. So we'll take the capital and then march in the hills to go interact with him pretty soon. We are burning money each month right now. Not having all of our holdings doing some of that. That's we are over 3, almost over 4 in 2 of our holdings. France wants help. France wants us to help us with Duke Conan's claim on the Duchy of Champagne. Brittany and Champagne. Oh. Last time we looked, England had not yet invaded. Wow. Or is that a direction? Hey, William the Conqueror. So, wait. When did I look at France last? Because William the Conqueror definitely starts in 1066. Was it an incredibly long war for England? Only 3 years. Huh. I must have either not scrolled up all the way. Like, maybe I went like this and said, it's France. No, I would have looked this far. No idea how that happened. Anyway, France needs help. I will be there after I beat up my brother. Don't you worry. So it's only a duke he's fighting against. That duke is actually stronger than he is. So the King of England is pushing for the duke, actually. And I will not be able to help with that, probably. But the capital is taken. We captured King Guy's wife, the Queen Janed. She's not worth war score, is she? He does not care about his wife. You got some money, though? No money. What do you spend your money on, man? He's just not making any money. Poor King of Epirus. Alright, we're heading to the hills to try to find him. He is running around. Do I have anyone who's especially speedy right now? I think the answer is no, unfortunately. I don't want to trit all the way through, so I have to go back and just take more holdings. The king personally holds this and this, so we'll try to take both of those. Over here, my lad! Beneficiary Folko calls us over. We have a regalia in our name. Beautiful. Excellent craftsmanship. It's Electrum. What is Electrum? This is a word that feels to me like it should be a fantasy medal. It's Bitcoin. Hey, you interested in signing up for Bitcoin? Click this link. Oh, God. It's a naturally occurring alloy of gold and silver with trace amounts of copper and other metals called green gold. Huh. Like I said, I thought this was a made-up name like Mithril or something. Reference to the Greek word mentioned in the Odyssey, referring to metallic substance of gold and silver together. The same word is also used for amber, likely because of its pale yellow colors. It's from amber's electrostatic properties the modern English words electron and electricity are derived. That's amazing! I had no idea what the origin of electricity was. It's from amber. Huh, cool. Anyway, fancy item for us. We equip it immediately. Behold our mighty regalia. Also, one of my vassals is trying to rise against me. Apparently I have a Muslim vassal somewhere. May I change that, please? Is it possible to knock that off? Let's see here. Non-Catholic. There are probably some Orthodox folks who have just our vassals directly for right now. It's only you. Oh. You want to change religions? You might. Who's leading this faction then? Oh, though he's wearing apparel that's not our apparel, he is indeed a Catholic, or so he claims. It's just a little island here. I don't know, little island, what to do with you. He's not going to change religions. While I'm thinking about it then, we're throwing him in prison. He'll run away. That's fine. He ran away. We get a new mayor immediately. All fine. Cap. So, we have currently how much food here? 85 out of 100. We'll be working our way along the coast, though. Surely. Keeping our eyes out for our brother. Maybe attempting to get some alliances. Oh, that's me. I'm like, oh god, he's allied with France. No. We captured 4 people, though. That's fine. Down we go again. To the prison while we're waiting. Landolf de Kino. They're worth money to somebody. Wait, Landolf de Kino and Lando de Kino. They're brothers. That's great. You're worth money too? Absolutely. And then Gugelmus. Hello, Gugelmus. My daughter and heir, Berngaria, approaches me and says that I'm always there for her, taking good care of her, making sure we shine up her mask from time to time. You better be here for me too, young lady. When I have to go gamble and need someone to look after my guard shed, you better be there, or else. Is the mask of Electrum? I don't know what it's made of. I think it's like boring iron, maybe. The man in the iron mask, right? That's the story here. A dynastic legacy goes up. Lasting line. Each heir starts with a lasting line modifier, boosting legitimacy gain by 10% for first 10 years. There's a lot of things we get here. I tend to just go so deep into one line, though, because I like seeing the picture develop. So we're going through. We are worthy of our throne. Our ruler starts with 2 legitimacy. The various vassals want us at 4 legitimacy. Gosh, we're trying. At least we're more legitimate than our father, who is down at 0, unfortunately. We can make a accolade. I should probably do that at some point. Yeah, pretty pictures are the best. There's no point in choosing it strategically. All you should choose are pretty pictures. Hey, there he is! Hey! Do we have a mountainous commander to lead in here? We do not, towards the top at least. They wait to take what might happen. The Kaiser Bruno's been excommunicated. So the second HRE in a row excommunicated. Your father was excommunicated. You were excommunicated. Your son will be excommunicated. He wants the HRE dead. Fingers crossed we capture the count, or the king rather. We did not, unfortunately. But we're 100% war score anyway. So, I don't believe the Pirates has any special items. Yep, brother's got nothing, so let's just force him back in. Hooray! We're again the king of both territories. So now our brother gets to control the counties there, but we are nominally the king. By right and by strength, etc. Unfortunately, as that war was going on, my brother got into war with with Thessalonica, and unfortunately I put my troops away. So for the moment, we have no army. The prison is full. Let's deal with that first. By full, I mean 2 people. Hello, Roland, the headed sword guy. You might be a good physician someday, so come work for me, please and thanks. And then Duchess Janad there of Catalonia. She is not worth money right now. We'll let her go for just that hook, though. Keep her in line there. Okay, so though my armies are getting larger, they're not as large as we'd like to see, unfortunately. Also, my antiquarian is terrible at her job. We'll do that eventually. For now, though, I want to redeploy here. How long to get everyone there? Only 3 months! Gotta wait a while longer. Soon, soon, soon. The Duke of the Aegeans joined into the war here. Ugh. This is gonna be a large, unfortunate war. I told France to come help him. France, what you doing, brother? What you doing, brother? William the Conqueror still has 2,600 of his special soldiers from the initial invasion, so what are we actually fighting for? It's only a single county. It's the county of Debar up here, so we'll push for that. Friends, it's time for another ad break, because we've been live now for 4 hours and 30 minutes, so let's go ahead and do some crossword puzzle while we break. Then I intend to fight this war, and that will probably then be the end of today's stream. We'll see, we'll see. For now, though, crossword puzzle, then war, then we'll see what goes. We're going to do a universal puzzle. These tend to be fairly easy, so we'll see how that goes. Number 1 across a pale purple shade, probably lilac. Lilaca, good. Pub projectile, a dart. A drink whose logo has 2 lizards. Is it Sobe? Something like that? I'm not sure on that one. A smiling face or heart eyes or loudly crying face. An emote or emoji. Frankenstein's assistants is Igor. Opera solo and aria. Implied is, what's the down here? Marathon segment's a leg. Textures, I think, is IMO. Implied is got at, which is kind of gross. Star Trek role for George Takai, he's Sulu. Final, possibly last. Country trio with the 2002 hit These Days. Okay. The down is open a little ajar. Is it Rascal Flats? Is that a band name? Might be. Strong Fortress, The Citadel. 70s music genre is disco. It is Rascal Flats. No, it's not. No, it's not. The Rascal part's right. Chocolate confection named for a prized underground mushroom. Those are truffles. When I was a youngster, I thought the candy called a truffle was made of mushrooms, and so I refused to eat it, because mushrooms are gross. Cobb or Caesar are both salads. One on a soapbox maybe is an orator. Cafe is a bistro. Oh, apparently flats is spelled with 2 T's. Patronize is a 12 down. Sobe instead. So eats at, I believe. Rascal Flats indeed was right. I got that with just the R. Nice and nice-oo. Abbott Elementary Error. My wife and I have watched this. I have no idea what Error's on. We watched it on Disney Plus, I believe. Well qualified could be able. So I'm going to say ABC, and we'll see what's right. Performing pairs a duo. A felt hat's a fedora. Anyone born in the 1950s. Okay, boomer. Blank lobster, blank monster, a desert lizard. It's a Gila monster. Vendors at a weekly market. Farmers. Local farmers, I bet. Taylor Swift's The Blank Tour. It's the Eras Tour. Hawaii's Mana Lower or Koa. What's the down? IM's competitor is Alpo. So Mana Loa. That's Lao. Sorry. Leave out. Probably omits. Colorful reef dwellers. Maybe eels? No. Oh, it's very long. Sorry. So, colorful reef dwellers. Fish. What an athlete might pull their groin. Apple on desk is an iMac. Is it gonna be tropical fish, possibly? Sweet potato. Sweet potato. Can't remember the English for that. Yam. There we go. Yam. Clickable desktop image, the icon. Simple shelter. Probably a lean-to. Kind of short play. Maybe a one act. A plead is to beg. Debtor's letters or IOU. Relax. Or a advice, yuck, to a solver who can't figure out what's hidden in each starred clue's answer. Not sure. Sup man. Yo dude. Parka relatives and Anne O'Rack, I believe. Major pest. Major pest. A menace. Map book is the atlas. I'm gonna try to finish this thing. The ad break is over, but I'm gonna try to finish it real quick. Like calorie dense desserts are rich. 4 for Ariana Grande's vocal range, 5 octaves. Actor Guinness is Alec, I believe. The 3,955 piece Home Alone in McAllister's house, for example. A Lego set, I assume. Bundle is hay. Bundle is hay. Bundle is hay. Put in bundles. Not sure. A brick, possibly? Not sure on that one. Repulsive is probably ugly. Lab containers of vile. So brick is incorrect. Oh, it's just bailed. I got stuck on bailed and bundle is the same word. Vile. Don't slouch. Sit up. All of you sit up. U.S. immigration policy, done. Anything else? Delete is amend. Avocado pit, for example. Anorak spelled with a K. Avocado pit, for example, is a seed. Competitive personality is being type A. Don't have a cow is the relaxed phrase. And something is wrong. Oh, I'm so proud of myself. Wait, what's tap here? Kind of dance for Savian Glover. It is tap dance. Wheel's code is wiry. Lego set, erase instead of amend. There we go. Apple on a desk equals iMac. You don't get that one. An Apple computer. Their computer that isn't the laptop is called the iMac. So Apple on desk is an iMac. There you go. Aaron Mithrin resubscribed for 20 months. I feel like we're in a time machine, but thank you, Aaron Mithrin, for your generosity. I appreciate that very, very much all the way. Erase is better than amend, surely. Anyway, another crossword done today. Now it is time to fight a war I am not sure that I will win. I don't want to call France in again because they're probably going to have their own problems. And I prefer they win against England, but it's just not going to happen. It's even pretty bad, actually, factually. We have enough money and money coming in that we could possibly get mercenaries going at some point. But we'll see how that goes. All right, our greatest commander. They're choosing me as a desert commander. Let's say no on that one and go to our cousin Constantine. He's a logistician, so supplies will last longer. Nobody special in some measure. Oh boy, another Duke joined in. What is wrong with my brother? Why did he do this? I believe that we will get there before they have captured it, unless they run all their troops in. So we'll get the defensive bonus. Is there anyone good in mountains? That's open terrain. What do mountains even look like? They look like mountains. No, we have no one good at mountains. A Shadow of Palermo. One of my counties is plagued again. Someone should do something. Nope, get the physician. We've lost all of our legitimacy again. King Bamon's pox? They're blaming me for this? It's not too bad. We'll try to keep the economy going. All right. The game just crashed. One second. Huh. This is the third day in a row a game has crashed. I swear I didn't Alt F4. Now, I mentioned earlier I will be restarting the computer and doing an update when stream is done. An error occurred launching the game. The game is already running. No, it's not. I swear it's not. Well, that's too bad. Also, moments like this, I'm so glad I made the oops sign. And the oops sign is surely the greatest of all possibilities. Alright, we're gonna reload this thing. Hopefully we didn't lose too much playtime. It surely would have auto-saved when the last ruler died, at least. Weird. Oh, I forgot this morning it took forever for the game to load. I'm sitting on a black screen right now. Oh, are we going to end really abruptly there? I don't particularly want to... Okay, it is loading correctly now, but this screen took a very long time to get figured out previously. So... Digley, you say earthquake shaking. Do you mean I put my arm on the desk and things moved? Or even an earthquake going over there in Taiwan? Either way, hope it's okay. I was going along so well, having a great time. I was very much in the mood for war. Now I'm a little less sure what I'm doing. So, well, if it's the case that the prior war has not been won, we'll be able to hopefully, get our armies better positioned before the war is over. Oh, it didn't take that long to load this time. The succession has occurred. Our wife is very short. Our child's hiding behind our grand cape. Let's see what comes of this. Hey, R-Square, how's it going? Good seeing you. Okay, so yes, it is the case that the game crashed as we were raising our troops here. So just a moment ago, I then changed over to this leader. I've got a bunch of money. You're open terrain, unfortunately. But you get a bunch more points. Man on top. Congratulations, you show up and you're immediately made a general. Whee! Our squad got in from a freelance assignment. Hope the freelance assignment went well. Whatever kind of work you're doing, hopefully it's making you happy, or at least filling up time pretty well, my friend. Thanks for being here with us always, though. Good to see you. Okay, this war I don't like. I also don't like this woman is a witch. A group from Apulia has given proof that Agnes is practicing witchcraft. Bum, bum, bum. You elaborately execute her. Everybody loves her, but truthfully, we sneak her into our home. Oh, that's nice. We're not going to kill old ladies anymore. Alright, unfortunately, because these are multiple armies, they all get knights. So a total of 8 or so knights here. We have more. Oh, they're fleeing. Oh! I'm actually really surprised they ran away. So, as of right now, no one holds the war title but us. So at some point we'll get ticking war score for that. Now, they're going to my territory in other places. I don't really mind chasing them down. Again, as long as we hold the war target, we'll be fine. Where on earth are you going? They're splitting and sieging for the moment. Is this a river crossing? I can't quite tell. That is a river crossing. We don't really want that. So come behind instead. We'll see if they flee. They are indeed fleeing again. They're not going to get into boats, so... Is that another river crossing? Man, a lot of rivers out here. But they're trying to get into boats, and they are still just fleeing, so... We have them pushed to the coast at least. Also, our spy mistress just left because she was married off to a prince who has land now. That is no good, no good, no good. Luckily, though, we do have other spy masters waiting, including this duke, who's our uncle. He's not very good, but at least he likes us, so we'll take him for now. to look after our affairs. Very soon we get there. Alright, so they're locked into fleeing. We are locked into being almost to them. And it's a little fight in the mountains here. And see what comes of it. We have a slight defensive bonus. Unfortunately, the rolls are against us. Welp! We've had a good time. Yeah, they do have more knights than by 2. We have more men at arms, but they have more that fully counter. Alright. Well. We're not fully wiped. We lost legitimacy for being defeated there. Our councils have died, our allies have died. Alright, clearly at this point we need to have someone else come and help us. So I need to develop a new alliance toot suite if possible. What unmarried children do I have? Right, I've got no one because they all died of measles. We have some very young siblings. We could maybe get an alliance with Denmark. Or we give Hungary back again. So is marrying one of our nephews off to our half-sister. 5% chance of inbreeding, that is fine. I need help, and so, unfortunately, problematic, we'll call it. Relationships are a go. Alright, Hungary, please come and save me. I'm in need of assistance at once. There's so many troops just lost there. And I'm guessing they may have had better men at arms given the kind of territory we're going for. So though they've not taken the war target, they have taken one of the local capitals. Shadow Flame at Famous Dawn. My father, the great King Robert, who never lost a battle in his life, died long ago, yet he's still shining brightly. There's so much expectation on me. I must be recognized as great King me. Losing no more battles is probably a good way of going. So, back home we have 300 troops available, of whom 3 are knights. Is Hungary coming south? They are. We must be in position to protect Hungary when they get here. For the moment, we're going to move up and try to unsiege what they took. They're going to go to the war target almost certainly. 2 years ago, you promised to aid me in the English war for Duke Conan's claim on Champagne, yet so far you've done nothing. What's the point of the alliance if you never help me? I'll send my troops immediately. This chest of gold to make up for it. Or I should not have claimed I would help. We break our alliance with France, unfortunately. I was glad to have them for a long while, but we've been busy in our own situation down here. More stewarding, more good. Organized muster rolls, we get our troops back more quickly. Okay, my neighbor the Basilius has won a war of the Syrian conquest of the county of Antioch. So the Byzantines held onto their territory. Unfortunately, so many Byzantines are in this war against us. Hungary has arrived. They're going to try to cut through and get to us. Just don't get caught out, please. I can't quite deal with that right now. Also, another plague is firing. Luckily, it's not in our home territory, but that's a terrible bit of blood there. So St. Nicholas's fire is burning in 2 locations. There's also a spotted fever nearby as well. It's over that direction far enough, but the plague is occurring in the north. We're in the south. Hopefully it's fine. Okay, the Hungarians got past. Lucky us for sure. And we will have unsieged 1 territory. The Pyrrhus is ours once more. So, I want to begin moving north. I would not mind if the Hungarians would collapse in from the right-hand side or the east, but they'll come around this way. These mountains are at least partially passable. Unfortunately, there is a river crossing here, so coming from the north would have been preferable. Do I have any ruler who has the free move over water? The forder. I have one here. it's me dropping 6 points of leadership. Their leader is the Duke Nicephorus. Duke Nicephorus is the person leading the war itself, so he's a 19. Unfortunate. We can cross into this instead, which will give the crossing water penalty, but it'll be a much smaller group, and they'll have to stop the siege to stop us. We're probably going to lose the territory before we get there, though, unfortunately. Here's a couple things. Number one, my wife presents me with 2 perfect girls, Chiara and Cecilia. Possibility of more alliances if need be. Number 2, mental break, dark thoughts. Something terrible happened. We have more children than expected. What to do with these dark thoughts? Well, let's have a drink. We lowered some stress, but not enough. Gotta work on lowering stress some more after a while. But how unfortunate that our king is a drunkard. He might die at any moment due to that. Unfortunately, the siege did finish. Hey, my sister-in-law Mayor gave birth to a child also. Their name is Findernau. And he inherited the hunchback of his father, unfortunately. So that's congenital through and through. I'm going to play the ring around the rosy a little bit here, it seems. And they're probably going to run down and retake Epirus, unfortunately. As long as we hold the war target, we're fine. But this will be a little bit silly, I do believe. Make with the sieging again. Oh, they're actually coming in. If my allies don't help me here, I'm going to throw something. So, yeah, if they abandon us, then we're going to lose. If they join the stack, we might win. All right, they're getting in here. They're getting in here. Everybody, get in here. That awful, awful card in Hearthstone. All right, it's a very close war. We're losing again. Terrible rolls. They have so many knights. We probably need to surrender this war. How about some white peace? You feeling some white peace? They're nowhere close to white peace. Oh, those rolls were so bad. All right. Unfortunately, it's the case that France lost their war also. So England is all over the France now. We lost in their battle. I could try one more time with some more alliances. So we have a couple of more daughters. Hello, you are robust and comely. What a lovely child you are. The King of Croatia will marry you. You are 0, he is 16. We don't think about that too much. But Croatia can come help us here. And then our other daughter, a little twin there, we can send off to Denmark if we want to. All right. You're 0, he's 8. That's more reasonable. So all of our children but one are now in other people's families. But all of this to keep one county, which is frankly ridiculous. It's a little bit too much. But Croatia's coming. So many dead peasants here. And retreating to the water, heading down to Kefalonia, unfortunately. But everybody will gather up. These men at arms, these spearmen are good in mountains, correct? They have a bonus to mountain fighting. They're countered by various kinds of cavalry. Do these groups have cavalry in them? Oh, they do, okay. So the bonus to what kind of territory we're in, but a loss due to what kind of units they are. This time we'll win. Again, pregnancy for our wife. Back home, there are 3 knights. So let's go ahead and drop our flag over here and see if these knights will join the stack straight away. Be here in 7 days. Nice. Do we have anyone else who come along? Peasants also, be there in 10 days. So the last group of troops we have. I need to stop fighting very soon, though. We've lost about a third of our troops so far, which weakens us relative to our vassals. And weak vassal, or weakness relative to vassals, definitely leads to possibility of losing more territory. So in the north, Croatia and Hungary are unifying their armies. We like that very, very much. We're at negative 88 war score, so hopefully my allies get down here wicked fast. If they don't, not quite sure what to do. We have to get at least one victory pretty soon. And we'll play Ring Around the Rosie for a moment until they get close by. An inspired person's here wants to write me a book. He's competent. I want to keep my money for other purposes, in particular hiring mercenaries in case we need to fight our vassals again. Okay, I appreciate seeing this small group is peeling off. They're now coming back in again. We're at negative 90. Okay. I'm going to try to head right for the war target and hope that all of our friends will come along. I wish I had a stronger commander, but I just don't. Alright, so as we head in, we want to capture the small bit first to avoid attrition. With that, capturing a small bit takes 6 months. We're probably going to lose the war before the 6 months. Now, we moved our mangonels in, so now only 3 months. I think we're okay. I'm just not sure what, if any, war score we'll get here. Now, delightfully, Denmark and Croatia are moving their troops in. The King of Hungary needs my help. Son of a gun. So Hungarian army's gonna be heading away from here now. Maybe they'll stay for a moment to help. Nope, they're going home. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Can't trust those Hungarians for anything, huh? But Denmark is here, we'll probably on siege. Hey, we have a son! Our first son! We named him after ourselves. His name is Beaumont de Sicily. He's a strong, attractive child, just like his old man. Now, if only we can give him as a birthday present some territory. So our ticking war score is negative 22. We've lost so many battles. Yeah, I'm guessing we'll get only a few points for the siege being finished, but will it be enough to buy us time? To 92, it is. I hate to go in and take the attrition, but that's what needs to happen now. We need to stop their ticking war score. Okay, Army of Denmark, Army of Croatia, Hungary left us. 4 months. As of right now, they're taking more. If they win these sieges, the war might just be over. So, because of that, we're at negative 99. Shoot. Because of that, I'm going to assault the fort and send absolutely everyone through the wall. We're all going to die here, but it's the one way we can maybe win this thing. They have 19 days. We have 13 days. It's going to be close. That said, my daughter hears a fiery sermon. My daughter says that she is destined for greatness. That's right, kiddo. You're one of my kids who are going to do so well. 5 days, 8 days. Hey! Hey! The war target's mine. The war is not yet over. So with such a small army, I should never rush like that. But my troops are coming with me. I believe we're going to win this war, ultimately. It's ridiculous to say, but I'm nearly certain we win. As long as I play the allies correctly here. Now, what one sees, of course, is that they're again going to go around and try to take this. We just make sure we get there before they take it. But we should now start getting ticking war in our favor, plus 13, because we're holding the goal of this war. So I'd like to unsiege this and then shift up to Debar. Though again, river crossings, that's the very awkward part here is there's so many rivers all around on both sides. Coming from the south here may be the best way to get in there, but there's lakes in the way and mountains too. This is a man named Armanu. He's a free tenant renting land in Cagliari. Holding an exceptional harvest this year due to doing a very good job in planning. He wants to buy some of my more land. I can have him join me with a 23 in stewardship. That's ridiculously high. If you pay me 95 money, Cagliari will lose some control, or the land is mine, gosh darn it. I'll take his money. And he immediately dies. He had an amazing bender with all the cash he made. But now at least we're rich enough to hire some mercenaries. That has been taken also. They hold more now, but I need to make sure we don't lose this again. Because again, the ticking war score would change over so aggressively. So we're going to move through this direction and not take river crossing on that way. The allies are with us again. I'm going to move slowly to make sure that we do not end up getting too far past them. Looking good. All right, we now cross the river. They've already broken the walls of the county there, unfortunately. And they ran inside, so they're going to get a big old war swing in their favor. Back to 90 again. But this will be the battle that ends it all. This one right here will determine the win, the loss, or otherwise. Army of Denmark is with us. We're finally getting rolls in our favor. Holy cow. Last time we had -16, -20. Again, the knights determine so much. So now that we have our allies with us, we're getting so many more knights. It's awesome. But then, a voice of reason comes forward. The archbishop and the steward get into an angry argument about training regiments. As king, I could silence them all. But instead, we can use some diplomacy to decide which of them we care about more. I need the bishop to like me, so I'm going to side with him. It makes the court or the church finally love me enough they'll give me their money. Need to like us even more, but that's pretty good. The battle is being won here. We're all dying, but they're dying faster. A. It's from -99 war score. We're actually going to win this war, I believe. In one more time. Unfortunately, my commander was killed. Good thing they're more ready to do some sieging. The game is encouraging us to hire mercenaries. I'm good, thanks. We have some prisoners to ransom also. There are all mayors and counts. They have plenty of money. We're going to end this war richer than we were on the way in. That is just great. The other war being fought is up in Hungary. I need to go help Hungary, but not right now. A long time has been passed since I decided to focus on emulating the fame of my father. Even longer since he died. It's stressful and demanding. I feel the world is judging me in comparison to my father. Will I ever be enough? Probably not, but winning a war might help a little bit. Do we gain any legitimacy for those recent battles? Legitimacy is still above 2 at least. So we're not a rightful ruler, we're merely a recognized ruler. Been written in the history books that we spent some time upon the throne of Sicily. And again, all of this versus one county. That is so silly. The county's ours again. We're at -19% war score. And it's ticking in our direction again. We need more big battles, because currently we're at -34 on battles won. They wiped us pretty strongly twice. We could go in and take more of their territory, but for the moment I'd like to just stand on top of the war target. But we are still losing by a little bit. Another stewardship. Continue work on improving our holdings. I think I'm going to win without mercenaries, so I'm going to go ahead and spend money on just improving the various holdings we have to bring even more money in. Our current military size is substantial enough that we can keep the money flowing, even while it's going. Alright, well, they're here again. So we'll move down to where the Danish army is, let them finish that siege, and they'll head here and make sure people support us. As long as the war target's not lost, we will win this thing. Also, I noticed now that we've moved out again, we are losing food, but we have more than enough for our current supplies. Thanks, Denmark! The enemy is taking these territories. They're not well protected at all, unfortunately. So we lost one siege very quickly. We are unsieging here also. At some point they will pivot north, but we really need our battles. So we'll finish this siege, and then we'll go engage them directly again. But Thessalonica has treated us poorly enough in this battle that I'm considering taking their land from them very, very soon. Someone wants to make me some fancy armor. He's merely a decent worker, and in terrible shape will probably die while working. So nah, I'm good. Thank you again in the future. Look forward to you producing nice things for me. Alright. They have a decent pile of siege weapons. I'm noticing that they're very quickly taking down territory after territory after territory, but they've not headed to the war target again. So this big battle in the mountains should work with us. Yet again, more pregnancy. Over the course of this war, we've had 3 children already, and at least a 4th one on the way. Again, the rolls were with us, not nearly as well as previously, but it's going pretty well. I took my daughter outside for some hunting. She killed a doe, giving it a slow, torturous death. That's pretty terrible. She's sadistic. She's not going to rule, but sadism might be some fun. Thank you to our children. If we hadn't born those twins, or our wife hadn't born those twins, then we would have lost this war absolutely. But marrying off your children to old men, definitely the CK3 strategy. Don't think about propriety, just think about keeping the territory. Plus 10, alright. We captured their account, we ransom them out. Hoping we'd capture the war leader, but not quite, not quite, not quite. And as we move north here, we'll be heading closer to the war target again. Plus 11, nice. So when we have this unsieged, we'll remove 10 more war score. So we have to plus 11. Oh, can we have white peace now? They'll still not accept white peace. If we force them out of the war by getting to 100% war score, we'll get almost 400 extra money. Now, will that be enough to assuage the mothers of our territory have lost their sons at battle? Answer's probably no. Will we do it anyway? Probably yes. Let's continue building up our holdings. Our economy will be in a stronger position at the end of this war than at the beginning. We don't have a military that is as substantial as our kingdom could fund. So we could have a larger army, but I'm glad to currently build up both my army and also my my economy. Now, this battle here will be lost unless we can get there very, very quickly. We will get there before the battle resolves entirely. I don't know why Denmark went off by itself, but I'm glad we finished our siege first. So this is a nice moment for us. Yeah, the enemy, or the troops were retreating, but we arrived just in time, giving the King of Denmark, that massive, beautiful man, a bit of reinforcement. So a lot of knights being wounded here. Our physician has managed to gain level 1 and then some by treating our wounded knights. We captured the Duke. The war is over. In celebration, we made a daughter with the most ugly of names, Pulchra, meaning beautiful, strangely enough. Welcome, Pulchra. We're glad you're here. The war is finished. We keep the county. We make 300 money. That was a ridiculous war. It was absolutely positively ridiculous. Now, we should go help Hungary next. We don't have much of an army for that. We'll have to start and do that tomorrow. So I was planning to just fight one quick war and then say goodbye. That quick war ran on for 40 minutes. Well, that's how CK3 goes. For now, I'm going to say goodbye. For now, I'm going to say thank you. It's about 1:43 p.m. my time. Tomorrow, more CK3. More convincing the people of the Byzantine Empire they should be Catholics like us. Gradually, gradually, gradually. For now, I thank you, I appreciate you, and I'll see you again pretty soon. We should probably find someone to raid host right quick to share the community from us to somebody else. So who's playing CK3 today? Look, Mom, on the TV. There I am. So no one with a webcam, actually. Just this guy right here. Let's just radio host our friend Warren, who's playing RimWorld. If you don't know Warren, real good guy, had been for a long time. Hey, Grim T Gang, thank you for the 200 bits.
Go ahead and do that.
That's really kind of you. Really unexpected, really generous. Thank you, Grim. So rating our friend Warren323. If you like RimWorld, you'll like Warren. For now, I thank you, I appreciate you, and I'll see you again real
We're
soon.
getting there, guys.
Goodbye, folks.
Starting to shape up. Okay, beautiful. Now we will transfer you. We will transfer you. Wait, what?